Ready on?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I wanted to ask, has anyone seen any type of coverage on this or done any type of investigation? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, just want to note for the record that all that you're indicated that they have not seen or investigated. State, please proceed.
Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Bevel,
Mr. Bevel, what's your rank?
investigator.
Investigator?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Bevel, where are you employed?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm an investigator, and basically my role is I assist other investigators in interviewing anybody with their cases. That could be witnesses, suspects, just to help further their cases.
Have you had any other prior duties with the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Everything from patrol to crimes against children investigations.
So did you ever have the occasion to meet with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
Do you remember about when that occurred?
Originally, I believe it was 2018.
Okay. What about in 2021?
I did.
Okay. And where did y'all meet?
In my office.
And how did that meeting occur?
I was contacted by Christina Parcell, and she had informed me that she had been receiving some letters in the mail, and she wanted to report them to law enforcement.
And did you schedule a meeting with them?
I did.
And where was that meeting located?
In my office.
And who all attended that meeting?
It was myself, Christina Parcell, Brad Post, and investigator from the Postal Service.
And what was his name?
Mike Nichols, I believe.
And so when y'all had that meeting, what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was basically just to receive the complaint, just find out whatever information they had. They had previously informed me that they had already gotten envelopes at their house as well as neighboring houses, and they wanted to hand them over to us for investigations.
And so did they bring you a number of envelopes?
They did.
And did you look at the inside of those envelopes?
I did.
All right. And what was the purpose of looking at all these envelopes and looking at the inside?
I looked at the ones that were open, and they mainly wanted to show me what was inside, investigate the contents of them.
And so specifically, what was their complaint?
Due to the content of the envelopes, they believed it was a harassment situation, and they wanted to report that.
And so did you, in fact, review those contents of that, of all those photos that they brought to you?
I did.
And did you investigate as to who might have sent these photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1. And ask you to identify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
It's one of the envelopes I received from Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
Your State moves Exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection. No objection to Exhibit 1.
waiting on the elbow.
You're welcome.
There we go.
All right.
All right. Thank you. So is this the envelope that you received?
It is.
All right. Whose name is on there?
Brad Post.
All right. And did you ever determine whose PO box that is?
It's Brad Post P.O. Box.
All right. And up here, is there a date? Can you read the date?
Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
And what does it say above that?
Greenville, I believe it's PNDC 296.
Now, did you look inside the contents of this envelope?
If it was opened, I did. Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what states is marked as 1C. Ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is that?
It's one of the pages that was in the envelope.
Your Honor, state moves 1C into evidence.
No objection. All right, no objection. 1C comes into evidence.
All right, let's take a look at States Exhibit 1C. All right. Now, what did your investigation reveal as far as what this particular photo was?
It appears to be a screenshot of an escort site.
And can you describe what's on there? Whose name is on there? Websites?
It appears to be an advertisement for the name Caroline Warren.
That right there?
Correct. And the part that's kind of squared right here is a URL for belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com.
All right. And then what about the words above that?
It's basically an advertisement for an escort. It says, "Okay, Georgia boys, I'll be concluding a quick Alabama tour and was considering spending a day in Hotlanta. Question is, are you men ready for me? I have very limited availability at an upscale in-call location, so get in touch with me soon so we don't miss out on each other."
And so your experience as an investigator, what is that asking to do?
It's an advertisement for an escort, or just more specifically prostitution advertisement.
And more specifically, I'm going to refer you to this area right here. I'm going to move this up a little bit. You can see kind of an arrow
Yes, sir.
pointing down like that. There. Did you take particular notice of that?
I did.
And so just what is that?
It appears to be drawing my attention to the website URL and then an arrow pointing down to something else.
Down towards the page?
Correct.
Could it be considered like that particular URL move down?
Correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1A and 1B for identification purposes only. I'm going to show you first 1A, but you'll tell the jury what's on there and specifically about that URL.
It's a black and white image of Christina Parcell nude. And there is the same website URL, that Belladonna Giorno website, down at the bottom.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 1B.
It's another black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with that same website down at the bottom.
Is there any distinguishing factors between the two websites, the two URLs that are located?
Can I see the other one?
Yes. So I'm letting you compare 1A and 1B.
The words are the same. The URL is spelled out exactly the same, but the font the size, the alignment is all different.
So I keep going. All right. Do you remember approximately how many photos or envelopes that were handed to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
It was less than 10, I believe.
6 or 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's another envelope given to me by Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
State moves Exhibit 2 into evidence.
No objection. No objection.
So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2. Please tell the jury what's on there.
We have a P.O. box at the top left, Bradley Post name and his address right here, even though his name right here is misspelled.
How is it spelled?
On here, it's spelled P-O-A-S-T, but the correct spelling is P-O-S-T. And up here is the postage stamp for Knoxville, P&DC, Tennessee, for Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 2A and 2B. And to show you 2A, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It is the advertisement that I previously read for the escort site.
Previous to the one you just testified to?
Correct.
In a different envelope.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 2B,
I recognize it. Yes, sir.
what is that?
It is a checklist with 3 different addresses on it, and they're crossed out and check marks beside them.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 2A and 2B into evidence.
No objection. Without objection, 2A and 2B come into evidence.
All right. So I'm showing you Exhibit 2A. What is that?
It is the advertisement for the escort site that I previously read off.
And who is this advertisement website for?
It is for Caroline Warren.
And what is that URL at the bottom?
It's that same URL, the Belladonna DiGiorno.escort -site.com.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E. What is that?
That is the checklist with the 3 different addresses. As you can see, the addresses are crossed out and the check marks beside them.
All right. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 2B, 2C, and 2D. Do you recognize 2B, 2C, and 2D?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put them up like this. These are marked for identification purposes only. And if you'll state the exhibit and describe the photo and the URLs of that Belladonna Giorno.
Okay. The first one is 2B. It's a color image of Christina Parcell She's laid back on a bed, partially nude. The same previously mentioned website URL is down at the bottom. 2C is another nude image of Christina Parcell with the same URL down at the bottom. 2D is another color image of Christina Parcell and male anatomy on there with the website URL on the side of it.
Did you notice anything distinct about the URLs among those three photos?
Yes, sir.
What'd you notice?
Once again, the location on the page is different, like the alignment, the size of the fonts is different, or the type of font is different, the size, they're all different.
Moving along, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158. What is State's 158?
It is another envelope that I received addressed to Vanessa Cormillo.
Your State moves 158 into evidence.
No objection. Objection, 158.
All right, I'm showing you State's 158. Tell the jury what's on there.
P.O. Box at the top left-hand portion, addressed to Vanessa Cormillo at 1314 East Washington Street, Greenville, 29607. Postage stamp up here is Knoxville, PNDC, Tennessee, Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158A. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
It's the same escort advertisement from earlier.
State moves 158A into evidence.
No objection. Objection, 158A.
All right. And so what is that?
It's the escort advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And what is the website down here?
Belladonna DiGiorno escort-site.com.
Now, is Christina Parcell's name on any of this?
No.
Now I'm going to show you three photos, 158B, 158C, and 158D. We kind of do the same thing. I'll let you look at them, you can describe them, and the URLs as well. You can refer to them by number.
Yes, sir. 158B is, just so you guys know, these are the same images that I previously described. Color images of 158B is color image of Christina Parcell laid back on the bed, partially nude, with the previously mentioned website down at the bottom. 158C is another color image of Christina Parcell nude with the URL down at the bottom. 158D is a color image of Christina Parcell and the male anatomy on it.
Anything about the URLs?
Once again, different size, different font, different alignments.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6.
It's another envelope addressed to 22 Rivoli Lane.
This is one of the envelopes that was given to you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, state moves Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No objection. Number 6.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6. Is that the envelope?
It is. And return address is Brad, I'm assuming it's Post, but it's covered up. It's got his address, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, 29615. Bottom address is 22 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, 29615, with the postage mark of Greenville, P&DC 296 for Saturday, 17 July 2021.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 6G, 6H, and 6I. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6I?
I do.
What is that?
It is a piece of paper that states, please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren, paramour of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
And 6H.
Is a black and white image of the escort advertisement.
And 6G.
It is a longer list of addresses with only the first one crossed out and X'd off.
Your Honor, State moves 6I, 6H, and 6G into evidence.
No objection. Objection. That's no move.
All right. So is this the letter
It is.
that you found? And that's the one referring to Christina Parcell?
Yes.
Now, is this just printed on a white piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Could you type this up and print it out if you wanted to right now?
Yes, sir.
And how would you do that?
Very easily with Microsoft Word, Notepad, any type of computer program.
And then 6G.
This is the longer list of addresses with, as you noticed, only the first one's crossed off and X'd.
And what do you think the purpose of having that X and crossed off mean?
To me, I take that as these packets, one of these packets has already been sent to that address, and all these other addresses can expect the same packets.
Is that part of the intimidation or harassment?
I would absolutely take it that way.
All right. And I'm going to show you states 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and F. So 6A through F. We'll do the same things we did before. You got to go through them and just briefly explain to the jury what's in there and focus on those URLs.
Yes, sir. 6A, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the website URL down at the escort website down at the bottom. 6B is a black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website down at the bottom.
And that's the Belladonna.
belladonna.digiorno.escort-site.com. Just for future reference, when I refer to the website URL, it's all typed out the exact same, just different sizes, different fonts, different alignments. 6C is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. 6D is black and white image of Christina Parcell, kind of on all fours, looking back towards the camera. Website URL down at the bottom. 6E is another black and white image, nude image of Christina Parcell with the website URL listed on there. 6F is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And as far as those URLs, all different shapes and sizes?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5. You recognize State's Exhibit 5?
I do.
And is that one of the photos that Christina Parcell and Brad Post gave you?
One of the envelopes, yes, sir.
One of the envelopes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection. No objection. Number 5 comes in evidence.
Briefly. Is that the envelope?
It is.
And who's it mailed to?
It is mailed to Mr. Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, 29615.
And whose P.O. box is that?
PO Box 27302.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5A and 5B. You recognize that?
I do.
What is 5A?
5A is another list of addresses with several of them crossed out and X'd off to the side.
And 5B?
5B is a black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 5A and 5B into evidence.
No objection. No objection.
5A. Tell the jury what that is.
It's the list of addresses, starting with Brad Post, his address going down. These appear to be neighbors of Brad Post. Like I said, the first 3 are crossed out, and down towards the bottom, you have Outman's Cigars and Martini Bar, and that one's crossed out.
And again, what would be the purpose of including that in these?
To show that, I would take this to show that these envelopes have been mailed to the addresses that have been crossed out, and they're about to be sent off to the addresses that are not crossed out.
And show you State's Exhibit 5B.
Again, black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And I know it's hard to see, what is that URL down there?
The same URL, the belladonna.giorno.escort-site.com.
And who is this website? Who is the name associated with this escort site?
I'm sorry,
What is the name associated with this particular escort site?
the Caroline Warren one? Yes, sir.
Not Christina Parcell.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you, again, State's exhibits. C, D, E, F, G, and H, all for identification purposes only.
All right. 5C, black and white image, Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5D, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours, looking over her shoulder with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy over it, and the escort website URL at the bottom. 5G, black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom. And 5, is that H, I believe? Black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And again, those URLs.
Different sizes, different fonts, different alignments on their locations on the page.
Get closer. We show you States Exhibit 4.
You need some water? Okay.
States Exhibit 4, 4A, and 4B. I'm going to try to speed it up if I can. 4A and 4B.
4 is another envelope. This one's addressed to Outman Cigars and Martini Bar. 4A is another one of the typed letters saying, please find enclosed photos, Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren. 4B is another black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
The Honor State moves 4, item 4, 4A, and 4B.
No objection. Objection for 4A.
Again. Is that the envelope? Item 4 that I'm showing you?
Yes, sir.
And the address?
Address is for Outman Cigars and Martini Bar with the address of 26 Orchard Park Drive, Greenville 29615. Return address, Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. And the postmark is kind of blurred, but I believe it's a Greenville postmark.
Notice anything about the stamps? 2 sets of stamps.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 4A.
That's the type letter I identified. The please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to 1 Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren, Paramore of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
So the only thing identifying Christina Parcell is this typed up letter here.
Correct.
And then States Exhibit 4B.
Black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren and the website URL, or the Belladonna Giorno website down at the bottom.
All right. And then I'm going to show you for identification purposes for C, D, E, F, G, and H.
All right.
Same thing you did before, Detective Bell.
4C, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 4D, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom. 4E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours looking back at the camera, escort website URL at the bottom. 4F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy with the escort website URL at the bottom. 4G, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude, the escort website URL at the bottom. 4H, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom.
Down to State's Exhibit 3. And State's Exhibit 3 is
Another envelope with the address sent to 25 Rivoli Lane
State's Exhibit 3A.
is another one of the type letters identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And 3B.
Another black and white image of the escort website advertisement, Caroline Warren, with the website URL at the bottom.
Now, State moves Exhibits 3, 3A, and 3B.
No objection. Objection, 3A. 3B, comment.
Is that the envelope?
It is
All right. And the address?
sent to or addressed to 25 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Return address for Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Postage stamp for Greenville PNDC. I believe that's the date of Saturday, 17 July 2021.
And you notice this one doesn't have a name associated with it.
Correct.
Just an address.
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 3A.
It's the same letter from earlier identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And State's Exhibit 3B.
Same escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren with the website URL at the bottom.
And that's that right there.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, 3G, and 3H. And briefly describe those and the differences in the URLs.
All right. 3C, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude. Escort website URL at the bottom. 3D, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. The escort website, again, down at the bottom, different location, different font, different size. 3E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours. Looking back at the camera, website URL, once again, different location, alignment, font. 3F, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL, slightly different font, location, towards the bottom. 3G, black and white image of Christina Parcell, nude, escort website URL at the bottom. Once again, different alignment, different font. 3H, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL at the bottom. Once again, different font, different size, slightly different alignment.
So when you met with Christina Parcell and Brad Post and Mike Nicholson, were you trying to determine who had possession of these photos?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss that with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And did she tell you who had custody and control of those photos?
Yes, sir.
And after she told you who had possession and custody and control of all those photos you just described, who did you immediately start investigating?
John Mello.
Now, in regards to those URLs on those photos, if you had possession of those photos on a phone or a computer, could you insert that URL into the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And how would somebody do that?
It's very simple to do. You can load a picture into something like Microsoft Word and literally just type it in at the bottom.
And I'm assuming Microsoft Word allows you to put the location of that URL wherever you want.
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to change the font on those?
Yes, sir.
The size of the letters as well?
You can change it up however you'd like. Size, location, alignment, font, size, anything.
Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Just type the address into one of our computers in the office.
And what did you find?
The website no longer worked.
So you put belladongiorno.com, that's what's like, and put it into your computer?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
It just redirected me to another escort website.
Were any of those photos on that escort site?
No, sir.
Was any pictures of Christina Parcell, any of those websites that you found?
No, sir.
So does Belladonna Giorno exist?
If it does, I'm not aware of it.
Or you don't know if it existed back then or not?
No, sir.
Can't tell.
No, sir.
All right, if you'll answer any questions defense may have.
Yes, sir.
May it please the court.
Cross-examination.
So just to understand, the last thing you said is it's very possible that this website did exist. Is that right?
I typed it in, but it wasn't there. So
My question is it possible that it existed and been taken down? Is that possible?
possibly, yes, sir.
And you testified that the website that Mr. Wilkins referenced, that it was an escort website, is that right?
It appeared to be, yes, sir.
And you testified that based on your training and experience and your review of the website, it looked as though it was a platform for advertising prostitution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And prostitution is illegal.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that oftentimes people engaged in illegal activities online use aliases? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you use aliases to try to avoid detection from law enforcement and make it harder for you to determine who's engaged in this illegal activity? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that the URL on the photographs was the same spellings as the URL on the escort website. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that the person who was new or partially new to those photographs was Christina Parcell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that that you had been in multiple different divisions within the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were in patrol.
Yes, sir.
When did you serve in the patrol unit?
From 2012 to 2017.
And then you mentioned ICAC. Is that right?
After that, I went to Crimes Against Children for 2 years, then ICAC for another 4 years.
What is ICAC?
It's Internet Crimes Against Children.
Right. So you started. When were you in the Crimes Against Children unit?
From 2017 to 2019.
And then when were you in the ICAC unit?
From 2019 to 2023, I believe.
Okay. And you testified that Christina Parcell, or let me be clear about this, maybe you didn't. Did Christina Parcell contact you directly when she received these envelopes?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't call 911, she didn't call a non-emergency line with the sheriff's office, she called you directly, is that true?
Correct.
And you testified that she called you directly because you had met her and Brad Post earlier in 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you meet them in your official capacity as a police officer or in your private capacity just as a citizen?
No, in my official capacity as a law enforcement officer.
Okay. is it true, Investigator Bevel, people post things online, take things down online all the time? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true, if you're like me, on occasion, you'll search a website that once existed and then it doesn't exist any longer? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
I've got nothing else.
Okay. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
And, we just ask that you remain under subpoena and subject to recall.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the state calls Mike Nicholson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Nicholson, and that's Nicholson.
Your Honor, if you'll give me about 45 seconds to get these items back in order. Mr. Nicholson, with whom are you employed?
I was employed as a United States Postal Inspector. I retired in September of 2023.
And how long were you a United States Postal Inspector?
I was employed with them from October of 2002, as I said, till September of 2023. Various assignments, locations. I started in Columbus, Ohio, and I came to Greenville end of 2006.
And as a postal inspector, what are your main duties?
I usually have to go into a little bit of explanation because most folks don't know what a postal inspector is. Generally, I always say we're the FBI for the post office. What that means is we have jurisdiction to investigate any kind of federal crime that has a nexus to the United States mail. That can involve a variety of things. It could be mail theft. It could be identity theft, mail fraud. I worked a lot of narcotics in the mail, and in this particular case, harassment or stalking through the mail.
Did you have the occasion to meet along with Detective Bevel, with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Investigator Bevel had contacted me because he had been working this investigation for a period of time, and he advised me that some items had been sent through the mail and asked if I would come and sit in on the interview, be present at the interview, and then make a determination if there might be a possibility for federal charges related to what was being sent through the mail.
And did y'all both receive some envelopes given to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
We did.
And did you have the opportunity to review those envelopes as well?
I did.
And what was your purpose of reviewing these envelopes? What was your role?
Again, just for me, it was to assist the sheriff's office and as a preliminary investigation to see if there might be occasion to bring federal charges at some point in the future.
Now, on these envelopes, it has a bunch of squiggly lines and some dates and a location.
Mm-hmm.
Is that postal inspector information that the post office puts on packages?
It is, and it's not necessarily just specific to postal inspectors. That's just what happens to mail pieces when it goes through processing centers.
And with that information, can you determine where, or at least down to a city, where the mailings occurred?
Yes, and those particular envelopes that I was able to review with Investigator Bevel and Christina Parcell and Brad Post, as I recall, there were a total of 6 envelopes that he brought that day, and 5 of them bore postmarks in Greenville. So what that means from our perspective is it went through the Greenville, South Carolina Processing Center. So, and I think Investigator Bevel actually made reference to 296 or 293. So in the entire upstate of South Carolina is divided into 293 and 296 zip codes. So anything in the upstate of South Carolina is going to come to the Greenville Processing Center. So seeing that postmark on there tells me that that mail piece was dropped in the mail somewhere in the 293 or 296 zip codes.
All right. And if I show these to you, would you be able to tell this jury about where they were
Sure.
mailed? All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. And I'm going to focus on this. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
What is that?
So that the Greenville obviously indicates a city. PNDC stands for Processing and Distribution Center, and then 296 is where this processing center is actually geographically located.
And so, where's the location and date when this particular mail?
It says Greenville, Wednesday, June 30th, 2021. So what that tells me is that it hit the processing center, hit a particular cancellation machine on that date.
On June 30th?
On June 30th, 2021.
All right, and so that Greenville 296, what area is that?
That would be part of the upstate of South Carolina.
Upstate of South Carolina.
Yes.
So it was mailed somewhere in the upstate.
Somewhere in the upstate of South Carolina,
Could
correct.
that be Greenville County, or could it be another?
It could be it could be anywhere in the upstate, Oconee County, Anderson County, Pickens County, anywhere.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. What about this one?
This one says Knoxville. Again, it's PNDC, stands for Processing and Distribution Center in Tennessee. I'm not as familiar with that, but 379 would be the 3-digit geographic identifier for that processing center. Okay, and that would tell me that any mail piece in that starts in 379 zip code is going to go through that particular processing center.
And on what date?
And the date on that says Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
So is that when it would have hit the distribution center?
Yes, that's the day it would have came through the distribution center.
So that would be in around the Knoxville area.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158.
Again, it says the Knoxville Processing and Distribution Center. And again, 379 would be the leading 3 digits of the zip code, Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 6.
This one indicates Greenville Processing and Distribution Center, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Just out of curiosity, it's like, what are all the squiggly lines around them? Is that just the stamp?
That's to cancel the stamp, so they can't be reused.
Good old government.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 5. A little more difficult to read.
I can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 4.
Again, it's blurry, but you can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
And State's Exhibit 3.
Again, Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Do you want to answer any questions, Vince, Councilman?
Mr. Nicholson, you and I have known each other for probably 15 or 16 years now.
Yes, sir, we have.
How did we meet?
When you were an assistant United States attorney.
And over that period of time, we worked many cases together.
We did.
thank you for your service, and Mr. Nicholson, you're as good as they come. Thank you so much, sir. I've got nothing for you.
No direct from the state, Your Honor.
Next, witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Blake Wolf. Recall.
I would remind you that you're still under arrest. Right?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Master Deputy Wolf, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
So did you become involved in the harassment investigation regarding all those photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you get involved in that?
During the murder of Christina Parcell, I obtained a search warrant for Zachary Hughes's Gmail account, which would include his emails. After I received his emails, I became involved in that investigation.
Now, how did you locate his Zachary Hughes's email?
When we did the search warrant at 200 Tyndall Avenue, we seized his cell phone. A cell phone extraction was done on that device, and we were able to determine what email address he used on his cell phone.
And then once you obtained that email address, what did you do?
I then obtained a search warrant for the email address. Since I knew that Mr. Hughes had been in communication with John Mello, John Mello's overseas, they obviously have to communicate through electronic means.
And in those emails, were there also email addresses for John Mello as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain a search warrant for John Mello's email?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall the email address that you sent the search warrant off to Google?
For John, or
For Zachary Hughes?
it's zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And what about Mello?
John at milestonemusic@gmail.com.
And did Gmail or Google return emails to you as a result of that search warrant?
Yes, sir, they did.
And were you able to review those emails?
Yes, sir, I was.
And by reviewing those emails, were you able to confirm that it was in fact this Zachary David Hughes and the John Mello that we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
What was the basis of that?
So when we receive somebody's Google information, we obtain more than just emails. We get account information they provide Google, such as their name, phone numbers, addresses. If they allow Google to back up photos, for example, Mr. Mello in his Google account, I have photos of himself and his daughter that he took that allowed Google to back up.
That Google sent you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were there any conversations among those emails?
Yes, sir, there were.
And were those conversations between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to determine that it was in fact this Zachary Hughes and the John Mello we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
What were they talking about?
Christina Parcell, they were referring to her as Sweet Caroline Warren.
All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm gonna show you States Exhibits 166 and 165 and see if you recognize those documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is States Exhibit 166?
This is a certification of authenticity from Google verifying the records I obtained were from the Google account zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And you got that email off of Zachary Hughes' phone when you reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
And what about States Exhibit 165?
This is the same document, except this was received when I received John Mello's Google information at john@milestonesound@gmail.com.
And how did you locate that Gmail?
That was through communications that Mr. Hughes was having. They were sharing emails.
Our state moves States 166 and 165 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection, 166.
Now, let's back up a little bit. So when you receive this information, what information did you receive from Google when you sent off the search warrant for Zachary David Hughes' Gmail and John Mello's email?
So it depends on what email, or excuse me, what information, what data each individual user allows Google to track. So in this case, emails, it could be pictures, phone contact list backup, location data, Google voice messages, anything along those lines, that any information that Google stores on you.
And then when you get emails, is it just a big stack of emails, or do you have to put them in a computer? How is it given to you, and how are you able to just read emails?
So they give it to you in a file that they call inbox, and then you have to put it into another program called Thunderbird to be able to view the emails.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And as a result of putting it into Thunderbird, were you able to review the emails between Zachary Hughes and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you. States 167. States Exhibits 167. Ask you if you identify that.
Yes, sir. This is an external drive that contains the emails, the raw data I received from
And
Google.
have you reviewed this?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that your initials?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is the raw data that you received from Google?
Yes, sir.
State moves Exhibit 167 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so thank you, Your Honor. When you get this stuff, did you put this information into Thunderbird?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you did that, about how many emails do you think you recovered?
For Zachary Hughes, it was a little over 23,000. I don't remember the number for Mr. Mello.
And then as part of your duties in this case, did you go through those and sort of create a package of the emails just between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir, I did.
And between those two, how many emails did you, just between Zach Hughes and John Mello, how many emails do you think you obtained?
Oh, hundreds.
While you were doing that, was there a particular email that brought your attention?
Yes, sir, there was.
going to show you state exhibits 167. I'm sorry, 168. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is an email that Mr. Mello sent Mr. Hughes on May 16th of 21.
Your Honor, state moves exhibit 168 into evidence.
No objection.
Objection.
All right, I'm going to show you the top of this email. And so can you tell, starting with the forward, what this is?
Yes, sir. This email was forwarded from John Mello to Mr. Hughes. The title is Christina Parcell, AKA Sweet Caroline Warren. You can see that the message where it says forwarded messages, the original message came from Mullins Investigations.
As part of your investigation into this, did you look into Mullen Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you do that?
So I started with just the basic Google search. I found no private investigative company named Mullen Investigations. And then we contacted SLED. In South Carolina, if you're a private investigator, you have to be registered and licensed through SLED. SLED had no record of a Mullins investigation or a private investigator with the last name Mullins.
And so you you never located Mullen Investigations.
As far as I can tell, they don't exist.
And I noticed that it says at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
Is that significant?
Yes, sir, it is.
How is that?
Proton Mail is a company that's based in Switzerland, where privacy laws are very different. When you create an account there, they don't ask for any of your personal information. They don't comply with our search warrants. We have no way to get any information from them. They make their business off guaranteeing that you're going to stay anonymous.
So if you wanted to create Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com and send emails, would you be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
You would not have to give any of your personal information.
No, sir.
And then you could then represent yourself to be Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
And have y'all attempted to try to get information from protonmail.com before?
I have not personally. I know of investigators that have in other cases and federal cases. No.
So I'm going to move forward. So what was this? Was this attached to the email?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what is this?
This is the same advertisement that investigator Bevel covered that was in the packages, the 6 packages that were mailed out, the escort or prostitution advertisement.
And was there a Bella Don Giorno attached to it?
Yes.
Where's that?
Down at the very bottom.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
And then whose name is over here?
Caroline Warren.
Okay. And is this the same photos that we just saw with Detective Bevel?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about how it's with the photo there? Who was in the photo?
Christina Parcell.
And did you notice anything about how it's cut and pasted?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you notice?
So first thing I noticed is that the margins are off. The photo of Miss Parcell is too far to the left. And then at the top of the advertisement, you can see where it looks like they cut and pasted it, but they left a couple other, where your finger is. Maybe those were letters or some other part of the web page that they just didn't cut off.
Now, on this email on May 16th, 2021 to Zach Hughes from John Mello. Is that Belladonna DiGiorno escort.site.com on this picture?
No, sir, it is not.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
So this photo, you can see the top of it of Christina Parcell right there, is just a photo of Christina Parcell.
Correct.
Nothing else on it.
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibits 168. And what is the top up there?
That shows the title of the forwarded email, Christina Parcell, AKA Sweet Caroline Warren. And then that is Christina Parcell's face.
And is this one of the photos that was in the packages that
Yes,
was
sir.
reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular photo, is the URL belladonna-escort.site.com on there?
No, sir.
It's nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
And I go here. Best I can. Is that sent with Proton Mail? Sent with Proton Mail?
Yes, sir.
It's a secure email.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, how is it signed?
So that's John Mello's email signature.
All right, can you go through those for us?
Yes, sir. At the top, he's got an address for Milestone Sound in New York City. He lists himself as a house producer and a vocalist with phone numbers. Then he's got an address in South Carolina and Atlanta, Georgia, Torn and Trade Productions with a P.O. box here in Greenville. And then he's got addresses in Europe and one down there in Italy. What I will note is that the +39 number that ends in 00041, that is the number he was using to communicate through WhatsApp with Mr. Hughes,
And how do you know that?
through reviewing the WhatsApp messages.
So you reviewed WhatsApp messages off of Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you confirm that that number right there was the number used by John Mello?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, did you also, let me do this real quick just to make sure the record's clean. I'm going to show you Exhibit 6A marked for identification purposes only, and just get you to confirm that that is one of the photos that was on that email.
Yes, sir, it is.
So 6A was one of the photos on that email.
Yes, sir.
And in this email, is there a http belladonna.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And then what about 6D?
That is the first photo in the email.
All right. And does that have a website, belladonna-escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice the font difference between these two?
Yes, sir.
And those photos were found in numerous of these envelopes, lots of these envelopes.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just State's Exhibit 6. They were all scattered. They were all through the all the envelopes that were received.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you have the occasion to get Verizon tolls for Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I knew that some of these packages had been mailed out from Greenville and others had been mailed out from Tennessee. So I wanted to know where he was on the dates the packages were mailed.
And so how do you go about getting phone records or phone tolls, and why would you get them?
So we get a search warrant and then we get them to know where he was at a particular date and time.
And who do you send the search warrant off to?
It's going to be the service provider for that particular individual.
And did you know the service provider for the phone for Zach Hughes?
I believe it was Verizon.
And how did you learn that?
Once we have a person's phone number, we can just research that phone number. We were able to get his phone number through the phone extraction after it was seized at 200 Tyndall.
And did you send a search warrant off to Verizon for, I guess you call them phone tolls, phone records?
Phone tolls, yes, sir.
Phone tolls. What is a phone toll?
Phone tolls cover anything from you called this person at this particular time, you received this phone call, you get text messages, your phone transmits data through whatever network. And anytime you're connecting to that tower, they know an approximate location where you're at. Not exactly where you stand, but you are connected to a tower, usually the closest tower that has the best signal.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. $169. Ask you to recognize it.
Yes, sir. That's the thumb drive that has Mr. Hughes' cell phone tolls on it.
Your Honor, State moves 169 into evidence.
No objection.
Objection, 169 comes up.
Anything else? Now, do you know exactly when John Mello returned back to the United States?
It was shortly after Christina Parcell was murdered. I don't know the exact date, sir.
Do you know where he arrived when he came back?
Charlotte.
And was he arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a warrant on him?
Yes, sir.
What was the warrant?
Custodial interference.
And so he was arrested there. Was he brought back to the law enforcement center?
No, he was kept in custody in Charlotte and then released.
Are you aware if, do you know if John Mello had a cell phone on him when he arrived back from Italy?
We were told by the authorities in North Carolina that he was not found in possession of a cell phone.
And about October 22nd, sound about right?
Sounds about right, sir.
Please answer any questions Mr. Moore may have.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, you just testified about the custodial interference warrant that John Mello had.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true he was exonerated of that charge?
Yes, sir, it is.
You've asked a lot of questions about the websites in the mail on direct examination. Isn't it true that when that website was actually up, you didn't see that website? Is that right?
That's correct.
And so it is it's very possible that when that was up, that website is it true that it's possible that website had photographs of Christina Parcell in the nude on it? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that that website was a vehicle for advertising prostitution? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that people engage in illegal activity online often use aliases?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else, John.
Quick question, Your Honor. You can't say one way or the other whether that website was actually active or not.
No, sir, I can't. It was August of 2023 when I became involved in that case.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
think now is a wonderful time to take a break. Again, I will just remind you,
State's ready.
We're ready. Thank you. Please bring the jury.
Yeah, we'll have it after lunch.
Ready on?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Stay.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Charlie Cunningham.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Charlie Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham, can you please tell the jury a little bit about where you work and what your role is with them?
Sure. I work with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, and currently I'm assigned to the Greenville County Intelligence Unit. Sorry, I work for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, and I currently work within the Intelligence Unit. And I've been with the Sheriff's Office since early of 2008.
What do you do specifically with the intelligence unit?
Specifically, we collect digital forensics information, various types of electronic evidence, and we assist in investigations both locally and assist in investigations with state law enforcement and federal law enforcement.
When you speak of electronic evidence, what format does that usually come to you in?
Typically, it can come by way of cellular telephone extractions, computer extractions, telephone data that would come from a cell phone provider, or electronic records that may come from an internet service provider as well.
And when you say cell phone extraction, can we break that down a little bit on what exactly that means from your role?
Sure. If a cellular device happens to be seized by law enforcement and a warrant obtained to look into that data on that device, we would then use tools that are specifically utilized to connect to that device and extract out whatever contents the device may contain, and then generate a report for us that we would then analyze and review with the investigator.
you say tools and specifically related to or cell phones. What tools do you typically use when you do an extraction of a cell phone?
The most common tools that we use are Cellular and Gray Key, as well as PinLink from an analytical standpoint.
And in using those, does it require training, some education on how to navigate those programs?
Sure. I began receiving training earlier in my investigative career, peer training with Cellbrite. I later went on to Cellbrite School, as well as some PinLink hosted schools, varying places of continuing education on how to operate and stay up to date with current techniques.
And to expand on this a little bit more, when you use one of these programs, Cellbrite or Grayshift or PinLink, are you interpreting the data it provides, or how does that process work?
In layman's terms, I would explain it like it's. You can think of it like a digital camera. You turn the hardware and software on, make a connection with it. Essentially, you're pointing it towards what you want to capture, and you follow its instructions, and it begins to retrieve whatever it can, whatever it's capable of retrieving, and then we review the information that it puts out in front of us. It could be telephone calls, messages, photos, location data. There's varying amounts of data that could be observed.
To your knowledge, are these programs those that are generally used by law enforcement, at least locally or more broadly?
It's my understanding and experience that these same capabilities are used worldwide by law enforcement.
And in your time in this specific role, approximately how many of these extractions specific to cell phones have you conducted?
Several thousand.
Were you tasked with doing extractions on cell phones in the present case?
Yes, I was.
What phones specifically?
There was a varying host of cell phones that I was provided with and performed extractions on.
I'll narrow it down for you. The State's Exhibit 112. Show you State's Exhibit 112.
Sure.
What is 112?
112. This is the packaging. It contains a cell phone labeled with the item number CN1 and the case number from the Grimm County Sheriff's Office for the cell phone of Zachary Hughes.
Is that a cell phone that you did an extraction on?
It is.
Okay. Did you get any information as well from the victim, Christina Parcells' phone?
Yes.
Did you find what phone number she had that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, there was several phone numbers that we learned that was in use by Miss Parcell. One of those being 5742. It ended in 5742.
Is it 5142?
Yeah, 5142. I'm sorry, my notes are a little scattered. We referred to that as it was referred to as the clone phone.
Okay. So in conducting the extraction of State's Exhibit 112, I believe it is, do you hook it up to a computer?
Yes.
And is that how those programs take effect?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of activity or what kind of data can you extract from a cell phone?
Depending on how much is on a cell phone, a great deal. Cell phones are much like a computer in terms of what they can access and store internally. The data can store telephone calls and messages and emails, internet search history, photos, third-party applications that are accessible through the internet. A great deal of information can be extracted from a cell phone, and in these particular cell phones, a great deal typically was extracted.
And is it through these programs that you view this particular information?
In the program in which it's extracted with, like Cellular, yes.
So could you speak generally to when you're extracting a cell phone, to what kind of data you can receive initially without opening it, without having a passcode, anything? Can you still receive data from it?
Sure, you can. Some of the initial information that you could receive about a cell phone, without getting too in depth into the extraction, is if the device has been programmed with a name, for instance, John Doe's cell phone. That cell phone number that device is using, oftentimes those are some of the first pieces of information that are present for us to see and observe.
Okay. And then after a phone is, let's say opened with a passcode, does it continue to pull data and information?
It can, yes.
Okay. And to this specific phone, States 112, how was it brought to you to analyze? Or I should say, who brought it to you to analyze?
I believe that investigator John Garrett brought me this cell phone while a search warrant was being executed at 200 Tyndall Avenue, where I understood Zachary Hughes to reside.
So you did, in fact, conduct an extraction on States 112. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you perform an extraction before the phone opened and after the phone opened?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what is States Exhibit 172. Showing you States 172. Do you recognize States 172?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's a USB thumb drive where I put the raw data that was extracted from this device, both before and after the passcode had been discovered.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of 172 and confirm that is what's on this device?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence States Exhibit 172.
No objection, Your Honor.
So speaking to this extraction you conducted on Mr. Hughes' phone, when you initially begin this extraction process, what kind of data were you able to receive from that phone?
When I initially received the phone, it was turned on, it was powered on, and it was passcode locked. Using the software that we used at the time, I began the process utilizing Gray Key. This is an Apple iPhone, and Gray Key did the best job at extractions with those type devices, specifically on those that were passcode locked. I plugged it into the machine and allowed it to begin to examine the device. It quickly gave me preliminary information like the cell phone number, the type of phone that it was, and that some data could be extracted immediately, and that it was capable of brute forcing the passcode. And what brute forcing means is that it will begin a process of attempting to decrypt what that passcode may be. And there's many different processes that software may utilize, but it gives me the option to command it to either begin processing the passcode, begin working on decrypting that passcode, or go ahead and extract data to review right now. And that's what I chose to do was to command it to go ahead and retrieve whatever data that it could, and then work on the passcode.
So when you're using a gray key or a Cellbrite, and you want to, I guess, present the information in a deliverable form, how do you do that?
The raw data that is extracted initially is then uploaded into a program called Physical Analyzer. That Physical Analyzer program is software that is built and engineered by Cellular, the same software that may pull the data, but it essentially takes all the raw files that it's able to extract, and it begins to put it back into an order that we could look at on a computer, similarly to how it might maybe looked at on a cell phone device. It will give us options and folders that are in categories like pictures and images and telephone calls and text messages and internet search history. It makes it a little more convenient for an investigator or for an analyzation of that data to look in the direction of what it is that you're looking for.
So using a Cellbrite, are you able to account for times and dates that items were sent or stored or recorded?
More often than not, yes.
Okay. And using those programs, do you create reports from them, or do they create reports for you?
Yes, reports can be created. Generally, we're always going to create a report of whatever data that we extracted, and that report will contain essentially everything that is known. It can be categorized, and even the data that the software is not capable of understanding, although it extracted it, it will just place it over in another folder that's just known as uncategorized data. And then we can further build reports off of the initial main report for individual things like telephone calls or text messages or location data.
Were you able to create some reports using Cellbrite and Gray Key specifically from Mr. Hughes' phone?
Yes, I was.
If I showed them to you, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'll show you what is States Exhibit 170 and 171. I'll show you 70, 171. Could you identify these two items for me?
Sure. The States Exhibit 171 is a Gray Key progress report. And this is a progress report that Gray Key makes available of the raw data that extracted. When that extraction takes place, anything that's known as a target device is the device that we actually have plugged into the computer that we've commanded it to extract data from. And it will identify what it can recognize of this device, like the type, the model, cellular telephone numbers that are utilized on it, email addresses, various Wi-Fi IDs and Bluetooth IDs and MAC addresses, as well as an event log of when certain amounts of data or when processes were taking place with the extraction itself.
So that is essentially an overview of what Gray Key produced.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then what about 171?
171 is a Cellular report. This would have came by way of Physical Analyzer. It's an extraction report for an Apple iOS full file system extraction.
Does it, what
And I can,
information does that produce?
this one in particular is, I can tell that it's an extraction report specific to what user accounts may have been located on that device. And I can see that the user accounts, Facebook, email, I can tell that this is the user accounts created from Mr. Hughes's cell phone.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence 170 and 171.
No objection.
No objection, 171, 171.
Investigator Cunningham, bringing your attention to that Cellbrite user accounts report. What is the email associated with all of those accounts?
I can see that there's several. One is zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
So were you able to corroborate that email with the emails that were returned from Google and the material that they provided for Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir.
When you're conducting this initial extraction, were you able to receive data on messages that were exchanged from that phone?
Yes, sir, I was.
And from what medium were those, or the vast majority of those messages pertinent to this case, shared with you?
The vast majority, I would say, came from an application known as WhatsApp, as well as Facebook Messenger and the regular messaging.
Were you able to create a report on WhatsApp's, or let me back up. Did you find some WhatsApp conversation or WhatsApp exchange from that States 112 and a John Mello on WhatsApp?
Yes.
Were you able to create a report specifically for that conversation?
Yes, I was.
And if I showed you the first page of that report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states, 173. Showing you states 173. What is that?
This is one of many pages from the extraction report from Mr. Hughes's phone of a WhatsApp message specifically between Mr. Hughes and John Mello, John Mello's WhatsApp number, which I recognize, and there's a photograph of Mr. Hughes also in that message.
Do you recognize Mr. Mello's number, at least from one angle from the email exchanges between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
Yes. Yes, I can see that the number is the same number that we observed in the Gmail data that was received back.
And I believe the first message there, does Mr. Hughes, or does Mr. Hughes's name identified there in one of the messages?
Yes, it is. Zachary, I mean, it shows that Zachary Hughes as the owner of the message.
Okay. Is his picture on top?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moves in evidence, states 173. Sure.
No objection.
No objection, 174 comes in.
start from the top here.
Is this the report that was generated for the WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir, it was.
Is that the picture you're referring to at the top left of 173? Is
Yes, sir, it is.
that Mr. Hughes in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And then as to this first message, in the blue there, where it says, it's John Zach. How is Zach spelled?
ZACK.
Is that significant at all in reviewing these messages?
It is. I remember a time when I believe I read a message earlier on where Mr. Hughes was his name was used as Zach, but spelled differently, and it was corrected by Mr. Hughes in reply that it was a K.
Z-A-C-K.
Yes, sir.
What's the date on the very first message there?
October the 7th, 2020.
And this red X that's in both of these messages, what does that mean?
That's indicative of a recovered deleted message. So that's it's a symbol placed on a message that was deleted data that was recovered with the forensic software.
So approximately, how many messages were you able to review exchanged between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello, beginning with this message on October 7th of 2020?
I believe it was maybe in excess of 1,000. It was a great deal.
So when's the last message on WhatsApp to date between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
October the 13th, 2021.
Investigator Cunningham, in conducting your extraction of this cell phone, approximately how long did it take to, say, crack Mr. Hughes' phone as to the passcode?
Around 2 years in total from beginning to break that passcode to the point in which it did successfully break that passcode.
Thank you, Investigator Cunningham. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
All set.
Hey, please, report. Investigator Cunningham, you testified on direct examination that you were asked to analyze or conduct numerous cell phone extractions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about a cell phone extraction that they didn't ask you about. Isn't it true that the lead investigator in this case was Investigator Sparkman? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that during the course of his investigation in this case, Investigator Sparkman seized a phone that belonged to, or more than one phone, that belonged to Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm sorry, and could you speak up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you, pursuant to a search warrant, you conducted an extraction of at least one cell phone that Investigator Sparkman seized from Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And isn't it true that this occurred in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that this occurred after the passing of Christina Parcell? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true after you conducted an extraction of Brad Poe's cell phone, you contacted a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Objection, Judge. Based on your previous ruling, this line of questioning is improper.
Your Honor, this,
Overruled.
thank
Watch.
you. Yes, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you contacted investigator Wayne Arnett with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office after you conducted the extraction? Isn't that true?
I did not contact him, but I'm aware that other investigators were contacted, yes.
And isn't it true that your extraction was made available to investigator Wayne Arnett? Isn't that true?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And isn't it true that the extraction you conducted pursuant to a search warrant of Brad Poe's cell phone fairly and accurately represented the contents of that cell phone as it existed in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
One second. I don't have any other questions. I would ask that Investigator Cunningham remain under.
Any, can you read that?
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Cunningham, it's safe to say you downloaded several phones in relation to your duties in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Michael Manigault's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download an Alex Fields' phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Christina Parcell's phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard where electronic evidence is being gathered in any given case where it's needed?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions for you.
Any recalls?
Just very briefly, Investigator Cunningham, you were asked about extractions of other people's phones. Did say Michael Manigault's extraction, did that extraction make its way to Investigator Wayne Arnett?
I believe they were all made available to the investigators that investigated this case. I couldn't speak to specifics if one versus the other was unavailable. I believe them all to be similarly available.
But you know that you testified earlier that your extraction of Post's device made its way to Wayne Arnett. You testified that earlier, is that correct?
It's my understanding that it did. Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any reread of that?
Nothing from the state.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. How are we looking? This is about 30.
Your Honor, state calls FBI agent Matt Wow.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Matthew Wild.
All right, Agent Wild, who do you work for?
I work with the FBI.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Almost 15 years.
All right, so are you an agent, special agent?
I am. Right now I'm a supervisory special agent. I was an agent until at the regular agent level from like 2010 till 2021.
And currently with the FBI, what are your main duties?
So right now I supervise a group of agents and task force officers with the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. And what our unit does is analyze historical records from phone carriers, specifically for location data. And so I supervise that group, and then I also do some of that work myself.
Now, in regards to your educational background, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting from Limestone College in Gaffney. And then I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, the FBI Academy, and then I've attended additional training in relation to historical cell phone analysis as well.
All right. So in relation to historical cell phone analysis, what kind of education experience do you have?
Yeah. So in 2012, I went to a course. It was a CAST basic course where we learned how to read phone records that we get from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. We learned how to read those, compare the records to a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map to demonstrate where on Earth a device, generally where it's located in and at a certain date and time. And so I took that class in 2012. I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016, where I worked violent crime I was actually in the Baltimore field office, and I worked violent crime, working bank robberies and armored car robberies and all kinds of other things. And then in 2016, I was selected to go to the advanced CAST course, which is a week long, where we take a deeper dive into the records. We had a test at the end of that course. I passed, and I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week was about radio frequency theory. So we learned about how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas on the towers. The second week, we met with each one of the carriers. So we meet with Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. We get to talk to their records custodians. Those are the people that provide us the records. We also got to speak with their network engineers. Those are the people that design and maintain the network. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a cell phone tower, and I can tell how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week, we did a moot court exercise where we were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do a drive test, and then testify to it in court. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified as a CAST agent. Now, every year since then, from 2016 until 2024, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 3 to 4 days, where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get updates on the technology. And so I've attended that every year since I've been certified.
So you're referring to CAST. Can you tell the jury what CAST stands for and what it means?
Yeah, so CAST is the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. And so our team is about, I think we're between 80 and 90 agents and task force officers located around the country, sometimes in different parts of the world. And again, we focus on learning and analyzing these records and using them in cases.
So can you give this jury an example of how you would use cell phone data that you would receive and how that helps determine a location?
Yeah, so I mean, a perfect example is like a missing person. A lot of times we get involved in missing persons cases, and we will go to the carrier and request the telephone records from them for the person that's missing. And then so we'll analyze those records. They give us a date and a time when the phone was used, as well as the tower and the sector, which gives us a general area of where the phone was used at. And then we're able to kind of direct resources into that area to try to locate that person's car, locate that person's, that person, or God forbid we have to locate their remains. We do that on a daily basis.
And so is basically, are you as good as the data that you receive from the carrier?
Absolutely.
And is there better data than some in relation to finding a more specific location versus a broad location?
Yes. It just kind of, it's one of those things, it varies between the carrier, the time range you get the records in, all the types of data kind of vary between each one of those things.
And how do you actually do the analyzation?
So the records come electronically, usually in an Excel file or a text file. And so what we do, or what I do, is I take those records and I upload them into a Google-based mapping system. And then I can snip and make maps to display the general area where the phone was located at those times.
Now, in addition to using cell tower or cell phone tolls or cell phone tower information as to a specific phone, can you use the actual phone itself to help determine locations of that phone?
I can. So sometimes when a phone is downloaded, location data is obtained off of that device. It's processed through Graykey or Cellbrite, and then I can use some of that data in what I do to historically locate where that phone was during the time that we're interested in.
About how many times have you downloaded or analyzed cell phones?
So the downloading and analyze cell phones, probably 40 to 50 times. I have downloaded hundreds of phones. The analyzation of the location data, probably 40 to 50 times.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Over 150 times.
You know, the state moves to qualify Special Agent Matt Wild as an expert in call detail record analysis and cellular technology. Call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
No objection. All right. He will be qualified as an expert in call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify as to what they either saw, or they heard, or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them that way. This witness will be qualified in the area of call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. To give an opinion testimony in this area, however, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Wild, were you asked to help analyze the data location, cell phone data location and cell phone of Zach Hughes?
Yes.
So how did you obtain the information? Well, what information did you obtain in your efforts to analyze them?
So from the solicitor's office, I obtained the phone records in electronic format, as well as the cell phone download was in an electronic format. And then with the download, I had to go in and pull out the location data so I could look at it and do what I do with it.
And as far as pulling it from the cell phone, what software do you rely on to help you read that information?
I used Cellbrite. I believe it's called Cellbrite Reader. It's just like it's another version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And what does Cellbrite Reader do?
So it grabs the raw data and it kind of processes it, or it does process it into a usable format. And again, it splits it out. So if we just have like a big bucket of data, it just spits it out into images, text, I just said images, pictures, videos, text messages, phone call logs, location data. It just kind of splits it out into all those categories. So I took the raw data, I put it in Cellbrite, and then I took the location data and then I exported that out because that's really what I was focusing on.
And then when you look at the exported location data in this particular case, do you just take it at its word, or do you do some underlying analysis to verify its authenticity?
Oh no, you can't just take it at its word. So the location data is sourced from multiple different places on the phone, depending on what kind of applications you have running or the user has running. So it kind of splits it out into different chunks, and there's different parts that are more reliable than other types. And so I try to focus on the most reliable data set that I can.
Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you create say a PowerPoint describing what you did?
Yes, sir.
With the cell phone data from Zach Hughes and actually the download of Zachary Hughes' cell phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you. State's Exhibit 174. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the thumb drive with my report on it.
State moves 174 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
All right, well, we're going to throw this up on the screen right here. I'm even going to give you a laser pointer.
All right. Thanks, sir. Perfect.
And if you'll just say next slide whenever you're ready. And
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hofer will click it for you, and
All right.
we can move on. So you prepared, is this the presentation that you prepared for this jury?
Yes, it is.
All right, and so what are you attempting to share with this, in general with this jury?
In general, I'm going to share the general location through cell phone records and the cell phone download of the device associated with Mr. Hughes during certain time periods that are relevant to the case.
And again, so it's two pieces of data. It is Mr. Hughes' cell phone records
Yes, sir.
to his phone, as well as his actual phone that you received the data on.
Yes,
And do you distinguish between those two in this report?
I do.
All right. Now, is there anything interesting about the cell phone data that you received in this particular report?
The cell phone
How many
records.
cell phone records?
Yeah, so the cell phone records I received in this for this case, they're from Verizon. Usually Verizon provides a report that has the cell phone tower. So it tells me which tower is being used. And then it tells me which sector or side of the tower is being used. In this case, I think Verizon was transferring systems. They generated a different report. And that report only shows me the tower that's being used. So it's kind of demonstrated as a circle. And so when we get there, I'll explain what that means.
And before it could be almost a pie.
It would be like a wedge. Yes, like a piece of pizza. All right, next one. All right, so slide 2, this is just the background of the case and my methodology. So, the first paragraph describes that I was asked by the solicitor's office to help with this case in reference to an incident that occurred on October 13th, 2021. My methodology I've already talked about. I take the records that I get from the carrier, compare that to a list of cell phone towers here using the tower list that was in effect during 2021. And then I generate a map to display the general area where the devices were located. And then my conclusions are further down in the report. Next slide. This is an example of different cell phone towers. Most importantly is the one here on the top left. That's really most likely what you see almost anywhere in America. There's a couple important things about those. Those speaker-looking devices hanging on that tower, those are those antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. Phone's very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, there's a tune to my favorite radio station, to my favorite frequency, and somewhere out in Greenville, there's a tower. It emits a signal. My car radio receives that signal, and I can listen to my favorite station. The difference between my car radio and my cell phone is that with my cell phone, that that transfer of information has to go in two directions. It has to come from the tower to my phone, but I also have to be able to send information from my phone back to the tower. And so those are the antennas that send and receive that information. And then there's just several other examples of antennas. There you have them on the outside of buildings. Everyone's favorite is always the pine tree. And they all essentially serve the same purpose, to transmit and receive signals. Next slide. Generally, what we figure out is when I look at the records, again, it usually gives me a sector, tells me which side of the tower is being used. And so by looking at the sector and the azimuth, or the direction that that sector faces, I can usually demonstrate a wedge. Here in this case, again, I don't have the sector information, so really this doesn't really matter. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so normally I would display the sector like I would here on the top, as kind of like a piece of pizza or like a pie wedge. But here, again, I don't have any sector information, so I'm demonstrating it as a circle. I'm not saying by any means that the phone has to be within that circle. I'm just saying that that tower is within that circle, and that tower emits a signal that goes in 360 degrees direction or out from that tower. So the phone's gonna be somewhere between the tower being used and the next one in any direction around it, but closer to the one that's being used. Next slide. All right, so this is the legend for this case. So this just kind of gives you an overview of the area. And so I have a couple of addresses here. The green pin up there represents 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville. So they're in the center of the map. The blue pin represents 799 Indian Flats Trail in Slater, Marietta, South Carolina. That's kind of up there near the South Carolina, North Carolina border. The red pin represents 122 Canebrake Drive in Greer. And then the orange pin represents 12 Blake Street in Greenville. Every one of those red dots you see on the map represent a Verizon cell phone tower. Next one. So this is showing the activity here on Verizon telephone number 864-894-0020. And it's showing the activity on June 30th, 2021 at 1:24 a.m. So 1:24 in the morning. And this is showing activity in and around in Greenville, South Carolina. Now the Verizon records here, I'm relying on the phone to be able to make and receive phone calls to obtain a record. Later on in the report, we'll have some data records that kind of help fill in some gaps.
Real quick, Your Honor, so I'm sorry. Agent Smith, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 1. And what is the date on States Exhibit 1 up here?
Oh, the date on the top right there is Wednesday, June 2021. So June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so where was Zach Hughes' phone location on Wednesday, June 30th, 2021?
In the early morning, it was using a tower in the area of downtown Greenville. Next one. This slide 9, it's showing the activity between July 4th, 2021 and July 8th, 2021. And again, the phone during that time, these are all phone calls. And the phone during that time is using towers in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right. So I'm going to show you States Exhibits 2. What is the date on States Exhibit 2?
That is July 8th, 2021.
And States Exhibit 158.
Is also July 8th, 2021.
And where are those mailed from?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Both of those?
Yes, sir.
So July 8th, 2021, Zach Hughes' phone was located in around Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir. All right, so this next slide, this is showing activity on October 11th between 9:44 a.m. and 11:18 a.m. These are data activations. So they're not phone calls, they're not text messages, they are all the other stuff that's going on a phone in the background. And so sometimes they generate a record. They tell me the cell phone tower that was being used, how long that session is. And so I'm able to demonstrate it here. And so here, between 9:44 and 11:18, you can see that phone's using towers just to the northeast and to the south of the 799 Indian Flats Trail address.
And what is that date?
That is October 11th, 2021.
So would that be consistent with Zach Hughes' phone being near 700 Indian Flats Trail?
Yes. All right. And then this next slide. So now we're showing the location data from the physical download of the phone. And so this is showing that same day, October 11th, there was a location data point right there at Indian Flats Trail between 10:06 a.m. and 10:54 a.m.
And what date is that?
That's October 11th. So it's the same date as the previous slide showing the cell site activations.
So that's 2021.
Yes, sir. Next one. So now this is October 12th, 11:14 a.m. to 12:18 p.m. Again, these are data activations, showing activations right there near Greenville Technical College, basically southeast of the 200 Tyndall Avenue address.
And that is October 12th.
Yes, sir. Next one. These are the Cellbrite. These are the location data hits off of the physical phone. Again, 10:25 a.m. to 12:23 a.m. on October 12th. And there are some specific activations showing the device near the Tyndall Avenue, specifically between 10:47 a.m. and 12:01 p.m. And then there's two others, one to the south and one to the north. Next one. This is October 12th, 2021, between 12:31 and 1:21 p.m. The first one, 12:31 to 1:07 p.m. is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue. And then the second one at 1:18 to 1:21 is consistent with being at 12 Blake Street in Greenville.
Were you ever made aware of the significance of 12 Blake Street?
I did. I understand that's Mr. Mello's address. Next. So now the next one is, this is showing, again, October 12th, between 1:59 p.m. and 2:34 p.m. So again, these are all data hits, and you can see the phone's using towers to the north of Greenville, not quite all the way to Marietta at that time. And then the next activation, voice call, is on October 14th. And the next activation is on October 14th.
Okay, say that again. So in regards to voice data, you have it on October 12th.
I do.
And then when's the next voice call?
On October 14th.
And what is a voice call? What does that mean?
So that's an incoming or outgoing call.
Is that how you receive the location data?
It is. There is some data records on October 13th that I did not include in my presentation, but they are consistent with the activity we're getting ready to see. Next one. So this is October 12th, 6:56 p.m. till October 13th, 1:30 a.m. and showing the phone consistent with being in the area of Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
So Zach Hughes' phone, this is October 12th.
This is.
All right. And what are the dates in which he is at the Indian Flats Trail?
So this is showing the evening of the 12th into the early morning of the 13th.
So what time is the last data point for on the 13th?
1:30 a.m.
That's 1:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And then this is the next activation. This is the next activity on that download report. And it's showing 2:42 p.m. is the first hit, which is showing in the area of 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville.
All right. So the last data point that you just had up there was 1:30 in the morning of October 13th. And where was that located?
In Marietta.
Marietta. And the next data point that you have for Zach Hughes' phone or his cell phone records is at what time?
So for this phone, it's at 2:42. I did have some activations on the data side earlier, just earlier about I think they were 2:34, and it was north near Furman University.
And that 2:42, would that be consistent at being a little north of downtown Greenville at 2:42?
So 242 would be consistent with being south of downtown Greenville.
South of the south.
Yeah, 234 would, I believe it was 234. It was north of downtown Greenville. That's correct. Next one. And then this is showing the activity 9:07 p.m. to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th. So this is the night of the 13th going into the next day. There's activity, let's see here, 9:07 is that box up in the middle between 9:07 and 9:32. Then 9:43 to 11:13, the phone is over there to the east side of the airport. And then 11:25 p.m. on the 13th to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th, the phone is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue.
So that's the night of October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Into the morning of the 14th. And next. And then these are the voice calls on the 14th. So this is 12:57 a.m. to 1:02 a.m. And you can see the phone is there over on the east side of Greenville, kind of near the airport. And that's it.
Just answer your questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Special Agent Wild, I want to talk to you about your expertise in cell phone technology, just in general. And that's one of the areas you've been qualified as an expert. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had talked about conducting numerous downloads or extractions of cell phones in your career. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to perform any analysis on a cell phone, in this case belonging to a man named Bradley Post?
I was not.
You made a comment that when you receive data, basically you never take it at face value. Is that correct? Or you don't take it as or assume it's accurate. Is that correct?
I mean, just because we get data on a spreadsheet, location data on a spreadsheet, I don't take it 100% at its face value. There is a skill and experience and knowledge that goes into parsing through that data to find the most accurate points.
I want to talk about, in your experience analyzing cell phones, have you had an opportunity to conduct extractions involving images on cell phones?
Yes.
And images on cell phones also have data oftentimes accompanied with those images. Is that correct? Or in conjunction with those images?
I mean, the image itself is data, right? But yeah, no, you go ahead.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
Metadata. Oftentimes there is metadata associated with images on cell phones.
There could be, yes.
Will you tell the jury what is metadata?
It could be like the date and the time the phone was taken, the device that it was used, that the device that took the picture, maybe the orientation, whether it was in landscape or portrait mode, and then possibly I've seen location data associated with those images as well.
And sometimes, depending on the cell phone extraction and the cell phone itself, you'll have some metadata, you won't have metadata. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no, I wish it was more black and white as to a definitive yes or no, but unfortunately, because of the multiple types of phones out there, the multiple types of continuously changing operating systems, and then on the law enforcement side, the software that we use constantly changes. It is impossible for me to, if you presented me with a device, an operating system, and whatever we were using for me to sit here and say 100% yes, we could have got that or didn't get that off the device.
And if you were analyzing or looking at the internet, for example, there would be occasion you would have to doubt the veracity of the metadata if you had conflicting evidence. Is that true?
I don't know what you're referring
Let me give
to.
you an example.
Sure.
Let's say there's a picture of me on a cell phone that says that this picture was taken January 1 of 2021. And let's assume you know that I could not have been where the picture was taken of me of January 1, 2021. Under those circumstances, would you have reason to doubt the accuracy of the metadata on the phone?
I mean, it's kind of a big if, and I just generally across the board, I wouldn't really doubt the accuracy of the metadata. So, I mean, that's kind of like a huge if question, and I don't know how specifically to answer that.
So let's be specific. If you see a picture of me and the metadata says it was taken January 1 of 2021,
He's asking hypotheticals that he's not.
he's an expert in cell phone technology, Judge.
These are just
Made up hypotheticals without any underlying data.
It's his expertise.
General.
Thank you. So if there's a picture of me that has metadata in the cell phone that says January 1, 2021, and you know for a fact that I could not have been at that location on January 1, 2021, would that not cause you to doubt the accuracy of that metadata?
I mean, I've never been presented with a situation like you're referencing, so I don't know how to answer the question, sir.
So you can't answer the question if there's metadata that says a picture was taken with me at a location on one date and I can't be there, you don't know how to answer that.
I don't know how to answer the question, sir. I've never been faced with that situation, and I don't even know how I would go about answering that question accurately.
Let me ask you this. Artificial intelligence. That is something obviously that's become more prominent in recent years. You would agree with that, is that correct?
I agree.
And when you are reviewing cell phones now, are you finding the implementation of artificial intelligence in contents of these cell phones?
On a daily basis, I'm not actually reviewing multiple downloads of cell phones. I'm basically in my role and what I do, I'm focusing on the location data associated with those phones. So, if you gave me a phone today to download, I'm basically going in there, grabbing the location data and doing my thing with it. I'm not really diving into whether or not there's AI on the phone or whether or not somebody's using ChatGPT or any of that kind of stuff. So I have no experience in that measure.
So back to my question. With cell phone extractions that you're reviewing currently, are you finding evidence of the presence of AI on these phones?
Again, I'm only reviewing the location data, so I wouldn't see the presence of AI or even know what it would look like because I don't look for it. I look for the location data.
So that's. What are some reasons why metadata associated with images could be inaccurate?
I don't know.
You can't think of one reason.
No, sir.
Do you agree it's possible that metadata can be inaccurate associated with images?
Again, I don't know. I've never been faced with that, so I don't know if that could happen or not happen.
So you're telling this jury, as an expert in cell phone technology, you have no idea whether metadata associated with images can be inaccurate?
Again, I've never been faced with that situation, and so I don't know if it could be inaccurate or not. I'd expect it to be accurate. In the times I've used any kind of metadata, it has been consistent with other data sets, such as the location data associated with the phone that was taking the picture. So in my view, in the experience I have with it, it has never been inaccurate. It's always been accurate.
And how many cell phones have you analyzed?
I mean, I've downloaded hundreds of phones. But for location data, I've analyzed probably 40 to 50 phones. Again, I'm not diving into the pictures on all those phones because my role specifically is to analyze the location of where the phone was located, not look at the thousands of images on the phones that I'm downloading.
So you're telling this jury that in all the phones you've analyzed, you've never seen a picture on the cell phone with the wrong date?
I am focusing on the location data 99.9% of the time. So I'm not ever really looking at the photos and diving into it that deep.
They'll be ready, John. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
council come up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch. I'm going to ask you to return at 2 o'clock. And again, please do not discuss this among yourselves or with anybody or do any research. I know y'all heard that from me before. All right, y'all enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Thank you, stay.
Nothing, Your Honor.
That's, no, Your Honor. Okay, I will see you on docket 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Please, the court. The state calls Michael Land.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Land, Land.
Mr. Land, who do you work for?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with them?
About 7.5 years.
What are your main duties?
So I work in the intelligence unit where we do processing of all sorts of electronic data, any kind of investigative work to help with a wide variety of cases.
And did you get asked to try to verify the internet address of the Winds Mountain House?
I did, yes, sir.
How did that happen?
So this was back November 1st of 2024, so last year. I was asked to drive up to the Indian Flats Trail, and we used an Android device that pretty much just scans, just like a phone does, Wi-Fi addresses, Wi-Fi networks that are available, and it logs them. That way we could log what different networks were up there, and the Win Wi-Fi was one of the networks identified.
So how were you able to identify it?
So it when you scan, just like if you're driving down the road on your phone, and it might pop up, say Starbucks or McDonald's Wi-Fi. It works in the same way. So this showed Win Wi-Fi it displayed the name for it.
So did you just park on the street and look to see what available networks?
Right. Yeah. So just driving up the street and it automatically pops up.
Right. And how do you spell it?
It was spelled WINN WIFI.
And were you in close proximity to that Indian Flats Trail mountain house?
Yes, sir, on the road, just at the end of the driveway.
Answer your questions in there. No questions.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the state calls Jim Perry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
James Perry.
All right, Mr. Perry, what is your rank? How do you go by?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what kind of work do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I do the Computer Crimes Investigation Unit.
What does that entail?
It entails doing forensics on cell phones.
And were you, well, how long have you been with them?
I've been with Greenville County for 30 years, and then I had another 13 years with Greenville City and Greer. So 43 years total, with a little
Congratulations.
stench of about 7 years doing private investigation. So 50 years.
50 years in investigations.
Yeah.
I imagine you have a story or two for us.
There's statute of limitations.
I'm glad to hear that. How did you get involved in this particular case?
The day of October 13th, I was asked to go out by my sergeant to the crime scene to collect a cell phone that belonged to the victim and bring it back and do the forensics on that one.
Now, are you oftentimes utilized, along with Charlie Cunningham, who we heard from as well, to help download phones and analyze them?
Yes.
And in doing that, what software do you use to
Okay.
analyze those?
Back then, I was using just the regular Cellbrite forensics tool.
And what does Cellbrite Forensic Tool do?
It basically what it does is it images the cell phone that you target, and once you get the image, you load it into a software program that pulls up a certain format that you can go through it and see what kind of data that is actually on there.
So you have the software that downloads the raw data from the phone.
Correct.
And then you have the software that helps you read it.
Yeah, it opens it up and parses it to make it a readable.
And is that called Cellbrite Reader?
It's called Physical Analyzer, UFED Physical Analyzer. The report you get when you go through it is called, it puts a program in there called Cellbrite Reader so that if I give it to you, you can open it. You don't have to have the program I have.
And once it gets into the Cellbrite portion, the reading part of the software, are you able to manipulate it after that, or?
No, once it comes up on the screen and it's opened up, you can't go in there and add things or take things away.
In this case, were you asked to review the downloaded data from Zach Hughes's phone?
I was.
And were you able to do that?
I did.
And how would you do that? Or where would you do that?
I did it in my office on my forensic computer.
And once you're in there, are you able to generate reports?
You can create a report from a report. So if I were to give someone a 50 gig Cellbrite report, but you just want to narrow it down to 1 day, you can narrow it down to 1 day, and then at that point create another report that looks identical as far as the layout of the Cellbrite report. But I know, like on this particular phone, if you were to print it out, would have been close to 88,000 pages if you did the whole phone.
And so were you able to review the information on this phone as well?
I was.
In fact, did you identify that WIN Wi-Fi that we just?
Yes,
we
I
just
did.
discussed right
I
there?
saw the WIN Wi-Fi in the networks.
And then when you obtain that information, do you report it back to the lead investigators about information that's found on the phone?
Right. If we're specifically asked to go through the phone, we will give them a report, pretty much of everything we found that's relevant to what they're looking for.
And so not only are you downloading the phone and reading it, you're perusing it for evidence that you think may be important to the investigator's case.
Correct.
And are you communicating with the investigator about all this?
Up front, they kind of give us an idea what they're looking for. And then at that point, we go through. It may even come down to the point, and in most of these cases, the solicitor will come over and sit down and go through with it, which you did, sat down, and we were able to show him different things that were on the phone that were relevant.
So were you able to make various reports on Zach Hughes's phone?
I was.
And was one of those reports called user accounts?
Some of them, yes, that's one of the, it has tabs, and each tab will give you different information on the phone. And user's account is one.
I'm going to show you what states exhibit 170. It's already in evidence, and then we'll go through it. Is that on the is that the user accounts?
That is.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at it real quick. So up at the top right here, is that how we're identifying it as user accounts?
That is correct.
All right. So what is user accounts going to show?
I mean, it'll show if they have a WhatsApp, a Facebook page, it'll identify those and actually sometimes give you the information you need to, if you need to send off a legal process for that account.
All right. So I'll refer you to column number 3, for example. What is that?
I'm sorry, column.
Column. I'm looking at the numbers on the left side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So number 3.
Okay. That's ZachDavidHughes@gmail.com.
And so is that the information that would have been put on this report from that phone?
That's correct.
So what does that tell you, me, or whoever's looking at this thing?
It just tells you that one of the users on that phone has an email account of ZachDavidHughes@gmail.
Okay. What about number 6 and 7?
SDGpiano@Yahoo, and then the Beethoven Odyssey@gmail.com were additional accounts that were on that phone.
All right. So that information is given to us, given to the solicitor's office, given to investigators to help identify whose phone that is.
It helps, yes.
Okay. All right. So are there additional reports called device events?
There are.
All right. What's a device events report?
The iPhone will pick up an extremely large amount of activity that you're doing on your phone every day. It will show if you turn the device on, if you turn it off, if the screen comes on, the screen goes off, if you rotate it from the to landscape mode or portrait mode to landscape, it tells that you did that. It's a treasure trove of information of what's going on with that phone in the hands of the user.
And do y'all use this in investigations to help determine what that phone was doing during a certain amount of time?
Correct.
And is it able to tell you certain things?
It is.
Okay. Will it tell you when the phone's plugged in or unplugged,
Correct.
for example? Okay. And did you run a report on Zach Hughes' phone for device events?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 175. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is a copy of the device events
For whose phone?
for Zach Hughes' phone.
Your Honor, State moves 175 into evidence. No objection.
No objection.
All right. All right. So I'm going to start with column 1. You can all see it there. All right. So tell us what that column 1 is, and we're just going to go down the columns, and you can tell this jury what is this telling you?
That just, it gives you the time. It's a time date stamp for the value of the event that you're looking at.
Okay. So the event type tells you what the event is.
Correct.
The value tells you kind of what it's doing.
Correct. In other words, device plug-in status. It's going to show you basically in the values that it was plugged in.
All right. What about this source over here?
That just tells you basically where it was found by the Cellbrite program in the database. That's where it extracted it out.
So looking at number 1, what's the date and time and the end time, and what was the event?
It was on October 13th at 4:30 a.m. and it was plugged in.
So is that telling you that somebody plugged in their phone to charge it?
Correct.
So that would require manual manipulation.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to number 2.
Basically, it's 10:13 at 4:30 a.m. It's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
So how would somebody unlock a phone?
Usually either Face ID, thumbprint, put the passcode in. One of those usually would be the way to do it.
Would that mean the phone is in somebody's hand
Right.
or being
Yeah.
manipulated by a person? Is that
Correct.
fair? All right. And so number 3?
At 5:56 a.m. on the 13th, it's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
And same analysis
thing.
applies.
Correct.
All right. Number 4?
At 6:02, the phone is unlocked.
And number 5?
At 6:09 a.m., the phone was again unlocked.
All right. And this is all on October 13th.
All of these are on, yeah, everything I think on this report is the 13th.
So I'll refer you to number 5.
Again, the phone is unlocked at 6:09.
Number 6.
Phone again unlocked at 7:06.
Number 7.
Phone again unlocked at 7:07.
And then number 8.
The phone is again unlocked at 7:41.
What is the end time on number 8?
I'm sorry.
The end time? Does it have a start time and an
I
end
can,
time? Oh, I'm
we can
sorry.
move it up just a tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:42.
All right. So then I'm going to show you column number 9. What is that? Column number 9.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. At 7:42 a.m., the device is plugged in.
And then what about the end time?
End time is 11:34.
And then I'm going to go to number 10, and then we're going to go back to number 9. But what's number 10?
10 is at 10:34, the device is plugged in.
Is that 11:34?
I'm sorry, 11:34.
Device is plugged in. All right. So explain to this jury what this gap in time is. We've got 7:42 to 11:34.
It's just showing that the phone has not been manipulated, plugged in, turned on, unlocked, any of those normal things that happen with the phone,
It's not being utilized.
not being utilized.
All right. And then it continues on. For example, number 13. What's going on at number 13?
Okay, at 11:35, you're having a orientation change of the phone to landscape, means he was looking at it like this, turned it and was looking at it in that mode.
So that would require physical manipulation of the phone.
Correct,
Go from a vertical phone to a horizontal phone.
correct.
All right. And then for time's sake, does it just continue? What about number 16?
16 at 1:21 p.m., the output speaker is turned on.
And at what time was that?
That was it, 1:21 to 1:41.
And then what about number 17?
Change of landscape at 1:21.
And again, number 18?
You have another orientation landscape at 1:41.
And let's go back up to the top of this report. What time in number 19?
19 again, speaker activation at 1:48 p.m.
I'll skip to what about number 22?
22, you have a speaker activation at 2:22 p.m.
Okay. And what's the end time on that?
3:50 p.m.
All right. And so I'm going to take you to number 83, just sort of the end of this report on the 13th. So what was the last thing that the Zach Hughes phone did on the 13th?
He unlocked it at 11:40 p.m.
That night? Okay. The night of the 13th?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did you have the occasion to print out any more reports?
Gosh, yeah.
Lots of reports?
Yes.
Did you do a report entitled Timeline?
I did.
Okay. And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 176. Do you recognize that report?
Yes, that is timeline.
Is that a timeline for application usage log?
Correct.
Your Honor, state moves 176 into evidence.
No objection. Objection 176.
All right. So I'm going to show you. You can just tell us about the number one line and what that means and at what time.
Just that application usage log stating that on 10/13/2021 at 7:06 a.m., the application usage log, he was logged in to his
And what is the description?
VPN, Express VPN.
What is that?
VPN is just a way of a private logging in to the internet.
And so what is application usage log?
Application usage log, it's just what it says. It's the usage of that particular thing on that day.
Is it tell you the usage of a particular app or an application?
Correct.
Okay, and so it tells you when you use a certain application or if it, let me ask you
Correct.
this, if it's not on there, that means you're not using it. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
So I'm gonna show you number 6. What is the application usage log?
That's 10/13/2021 at 7:07 a.m. And that's the Express VPN.
All right, is that the last application usage log on Zach Hughes' phone on the 13th?
It is.
Did you do some more reports?
I'm thinking, yeah, I think there's more coming.
All right, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna ask you about, what about an application, report from the Cellbrite regarding wireless networks?
Correct.
All right, will that show what wireless networks you connected to along the way?
It will.
We'll show you States Exhibit 177.
Yeah.
Is that the wireless networks report that you ran?
It is.
Your Honor, state moves 177 into evidence.
No objection. No objection.
So what is the wireless networks report?
I'm sorry, what now?
What is the wireless networks report?
It shows when somebody connects to a wireless network that's available to them.
All right. I'm going to refer you to line number 3.
So that's a when Wi-Fi is the name of the Wi-Fi, and then
it's showing that it auto-connected on 10/13 at 2021 at 1:17 PM.
So at 1:17 on the 13th, Zach Hughes' phone was connected to the Wind Wi-Fi.
Correct.
And you just heard testimony. Where's the Wind Wi-Fi located?
799 Indian Flats up in Marietta.
And what does last auto connected mean?
That means the last time it auto-connected. In other words, he didn't have to put in the password. He drives up the house, walks up, whatever, and it connects. Just like mine does at my office and at home. I never have to do anything to it to get it to connect.
All right. Did you run a report entitled Web History?
I did.
And what is Web History going to show you?
It's just the where he goes on the web during any particular time.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 178. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the web history search for October 13th, 2021? Of Zach Hughes?
It is.
Our state moves 178 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. All right. So I'm going to show you line. Let's just start with 321. Tell this jury how this works, like how you read this report.
It just basically is that first one is it's telling you the Google search that he did, and it was done on 10/13, 2021 at 8:22 p.m. in the evening.
All right, I'm going to take you back to the end of the report. These reports sometimes start from early in the day and then go all the way
Right, you read them backwards.
backwards. All right, so at 3:40, sorry, 3:40, what time was that? Would be his first search on October 13th,
Correct.
2021, right?
Correct.
So the first search was at what time?
It was at 4:23 p.m. on the 13th.
And this right here just tells you what he was logged into.
Correct.
So he wasn't doing any web searches in the morning of October 13th.
No,
Were you able to run a report called call logs?
I was.
And what is the call log report going to show?
Basically, the call log shows you the calls that he received, made. It usually gives you the duration that the call was.
I will show you State's Exhibit 179. Ask you to identify it.
This is the call log for the 13th.
Zach Hughes phone?
Correct.
So you just testified, you gotta have to start backwards and work forward, right? Is that the easiest way to review these?
Yeah, if you're wanting to do it in
In
a
chronological
chronological order.
All right, so we'll start with 16 and 17. What are the dates there?
Okay, those are on October 12th at 3:05 PM and 6:55 PM.
On the 12th.
12th, those were on the 12th.
All right. And then moving on columns 15 and 16. Sorry, 15 and 14.
Mhm.
Let's go to 15.
Okay, on that is a incoming call received from John Mello on 10/12/2021 at 7:01 PM. Duration is an hour and 53 minutes.
All right, so that first number up here, whose number is that?
That would be the number of for John Mello's account.
And then what is this number right here?
That would be the number associated with Zach Hughes's WhatsApp.
And that is using WhatsApp.
Mhm.
Can you make phone calls through WhatsApp?
You can.
And what was the duration of that call?
1 hour and 53 minutes.
On October 12th
Correct.
at what time?
7:01 PM.
That's 7 o'clock at night.
Correct.
What about column 14?
That's a call from Zach Hughes to John Mello. It's an outgoing call. It took place also on the 12th of October at 8:54 PM, and it was 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
And so that call was at what time?
8:54 PM.
And then going to column 13.
It's a call from Zach Hughes' WhatsApp account to John Mello's WhatsApp account. It took place on 10/13/2021 at 3:50 PM, and it was an hour and 20 minutes.
So that's on October 13th, 2021 at 3:50 in the afternoon
Correct.
for a duration of an hour and 20 minutes.
Correct.
And then number 12.
Number 12 is from John Mello to Zach Hughes, 10/13/2021 at 7:01 PM, 14 seconds.
And then number 11.
A call from Zach Hughes to John Mello on the 13th of October, 7:15 PM for 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And then I'll refer you back to number 8.
Call from John Mello to Zach Hughes on 10/14 at 2:05 PM for 22 minutes.
Right, so that's the day after the murder.
Correct.
And then what about number 7?
It's a call to Max Hyde Law Firm on the 14th of October at 2:10 PM for 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
And what about number 6?
It's a call to Isabella Mello on 10/14/2021 at 2:16 PM for 34 seconds.
And then number 5?
Another call back to Max Hyde Law Firm at 3:44 PM on the 14th of October, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
And then number 4?
Can you pull it down just a tad? Okay, there you go. It's a call from Isabel Mello incoming to Zach Hughes on the 14th of October at 3:46 PM, not answered.
And number 3?
Call to Isabel Mello, 10/14/2021 at 3:47 PM, 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Our state moves 179 into evidence. I may have forgotten.
It's been a lot of exhibits.
It's a lot. I'm sorry. I get in my groove.
No objection.
Thank you. 179 comes in.
Think down to the last report.
Thank you.
So the last report is called activity sensor data. What is that?
That is, if you have an iPhone, it's your activity app on there, steps, flights of stairs climbed, distance traveled during your activity.
All right, investigative parent, I'm sure you states exhibit 180. You recognize it?
I do.
Is that the activity sensor data?
It is the activity sensor data.
State moves 180 in evidence. No objection.
Objection 180 is correct.
All right. And again, if you want to start beginning of the day, work backwards. So I'll start you with page 6 of the report. I guess that's it. All right. So explain to the jury the first column there, columns.
Okay, the first column 16 is showing that the time frame between 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 13th of October, the activity that took place during that time.
So on down here at the bottom on 10/13 at 5:39 a.m., it says distance traveled.
Correct.
So what was the distance traveled at 5:39 a.m.?
51 meters.
And then at 5:57, how many meters were traveled?
4.23 meters traveled.
Now, I'm certain that for your phone to register this information, you have to have it on your person.
Correct.
If it's sitting on a table and you're walking around, it's not going to magically
No, it's not going to pick anything
pick
up.
anything up.
No.
So let's go from, I guess, the time frame 6 to 7 o'clock.
6 to 7 o'clock on the 13th of October. Between that period of time, the actual breakdown of when it actually took place was the distance. Which one do you want first? Speed? Okay, steps were at 6:10, 6:11. You got a one flight of stairs. Distance traveled 21 meters, and the speed was 1.29.
Then we'll go from the time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If you could move it up just a tad. Okay, from 7 to 8 o'clock, you had two flights of stairs climbed. At 11:50, 11:37, you had one.
No, I think good 14 from 7 to 8 a.m. At 7:41, how many steps were made?
At 7:41, you had 41 meters traveled.
Okay. So that's at 7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next activity on this phone?
So there's no other activity picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35, looks like the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
All right, so let's start at 11:35 and work our way up on distance traveled, flights climbed, and steps, because that would be between 11 and 8 o'clock, right? I mean, 11 and 12 o'clock.
11, and that's your time frame, 11 to 12.
All right, so not to be confusing, at 7:41, the last step was 41 meters.
Correct.
Indicated right there.
It was 41 meters at 7:41 a.m.
All right, and then the next activity with the phone in hand
Correct.
is what time?
11:35 a.m.
Okay, and then at 11:35, what happens?
You have 79 meters traveled.
All right, and then 11:48
11:48, you have 37 meters,
and 11:58,
156 meters.
and as far as flights climbed at 11:37,
You had one flight, and then at 11:50, you had two.
all right, and then as far as steps are concerned at 11:35,
11:35, 115 steps,
11:48,
62,
and of course 11:58.
249.
Now let's move up to the time frame of 11 to 12. I'm sorry, 12 to 1.
12 to 1.
All right. So this is the time frame from 12 to 1. what time does it start as far as speed is concerned?
Speed, it starts at 12:07 p.m.
And what is the speed at 12:07?
It's 1.35 meters per second,
You know, is that somebody walking?
taking a step.
And then, and so that speed is measured up until when?
To 12:59, 47 seconds, just shy of 1 o'clock.
So what about from 12:08 to 12:57 on distance traveled?
You have, at 12:08, you got 316 meters. At 12:18, you have another 88 meters. 12:23, 33 meters. 12:33, another 211. 246, 211, and then at 12:58, you have 229.
And then flights climbed?
Flights climb, you have one flight recorded.
And then what about your steps from 12:08 to 12:57?
You have 477 at 12:08, at 12:18, 138, 12:23, 51, 12:33, 343, 12:46, 340, and at 12:57, 359.
So would that be consistent with somebody, say, cleaning their car and walking around the woods? Which you're on. And then I'm going to go to number 16 at the bottom there. What is that time frame?
Okay, you got from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the 13th, and that is distance traveled is 51 meters at 5:39 a.m. At 5:57 a.m. you have 4.23 meters traveled. And then stepwise at 5:39 you have 68 steps, and at 5:57 you have 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead. I'm going to go back to the areas of 1 to 2. 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the 13th. Again. And you can just summarize Investigator Perry for 10:13 at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
You have distance traveled 515 meters, 3 flights of stairs climbed, and maximum speed of 1.3 meters per second.
And then from the time frames of 2 to 3.
You have total distance 61 meters, 1 flight, and maximum speed 1.09.
All right. Okay. Anything else I need? Investigator Perry, if you'll just answer any questions defense may have.
I don't have any questions for this.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness is, going to take a hot minute. I don't know if you want to take an early break and,
We'll take an early break. Go back to the jury room. Get some coffee.
the state calls investigator Jared Sparkman.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Jared Sparkman,
Investigator Sparkman, with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
since 2016.
And what is your current role there?
I'm the sergeant of the homicide unit.
And what is your prior employment history with law enforcement?
After I graduated from the University of South Carolina in 2008, I began my law enforcement career with Anderson County Sheriff's Office in 2011 after I graduated the Criminal Justice Academy. I was there until 2016. I went to Greenville County Sheriff's Office in uniform patrol. I was in uniform patrol for about a year. I went to work in the white collar investigations unit. From there, I was promoted to the rank of master deputy in the armed robbery unit. I was there for a period of time, and then in 2020, I went to the homicide unit. I was there until 2023. I got promoted to the rank of sergeant. I went back to uniform patrol. I was there for a few months until a sergeant position came open in homicide, and that's where I currently am. I have attended multiple advanced homicide classes. There's a 2-week class that the University of Louisville puts on. It's a very prestigious class. Multiple other week-long classes for homicide investigations, along with other advanced week-long classes such as shooting reconstruction, interview and interrogation, classes like that.
And are you the one of the lead detectives or investigators in this case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become the lead in this particular case?
So on October 13th, 2021, it was a Wednesday, around 11 o'clock, I was at my desk at the law enforcement center. I was made aware that there was a homicide in Greer. I was deemed to be the lead investigator on the case. I was tasked with being the lead investigator on the case, and then I responded to the scene.
All right, so tell this jury about responding to the scene and what you saw and what you do.
When I got there, I meet with as much information as I can from them. For a homicide investigation, there's a lot of things that need to be done and a lot of things that need to be done fairly quickly. So I delegated tasks.
What about, do you assess the scene and meet with different parties to figure out the situation?
Yes, sir. So one of the people that was on scene was Bradley Post. I know Bradley Post arrived in a small red Mercedes sports car. I was advised that he found his fiancee, Christina Parcell, deceased in the house. And then Mr. Post then went back to the law enforcement center to be interviewed while I remained on scene.
And are you gathering sort of background information about the victim and the residents of everyone who's living there?
Yes. That house was lived in by Christina Parcell and her sister Tina, along with Christina's daughter Ida. I know that doing some other background investigations at that house, that there was priors for harassment and stalking that Ms. Parcell had filed a complaint on.
And do you then start deciding how you're going to attack the case?
Yes. So like I said, we delegate tasks. One of the first things that I like to do that's important because it's time sensitive is capture cameras. I asked Investigator Stokes to canvass the neighborhood to look for any ring cameras, talk to any witnesses. A lot of times those ring cameras, or whatever cameras they are, if they're recording for nonstop, the data, the information, the footage that I need may not be there by the time I need it. So that's a time sensitive matter.
And did y'all start looking for ring cameras and those kind of things?
Yes, sir.
And were you delegating those out?
I was.
All right. Were one of your leads to an individual named Alex Fields?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you talk with him about any relationship to this case?
I did.
And was it standard policy for you when you talk to somebody at this early in the stage, would you take a DNA sample of them?
Yes, at this point, we didn't have a lead. We didn't have a good lead. So anybody that we come in contact with that we feel like has a connection, we'll get a DNA sample.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 181 and ask you if you can identify that.
You want me to open it?
You can.
Yes. This is still sealed, but I know that inside of this is the buccal swab that I got from Alex Fields.
So you did take his buccal swab?
I took it myself, yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It's a cotton swab. It's like a long Q-tip. You just swab it inside of their cheeks. You get 2 of them. You put it in a container, put the lid on it, and you seal it up.
Is that your JDS1? Is that?
Yes, sir.
You?
That's me. Yes, sir.
Your
First, middle, and last name. Yes, sir.
And once you take the swab, you secure it in a tube,
Yes, sir.
and then what do you do with it?
I secured in property and evidence.
So y'all are at the scene, you're looking for any leads that you can possibly get. What's your first big break?
Investigator Stokes comes to me. I'm speaking with Christina's sister, Tina, in my vehicle. He comes to me and says, we got some footage from right across the street at 121 Canebrake, which y'all seen. That's huge because not only does that give us a description of our suspect, but also gives us a time frame to start narrowing our search down for.
And so that was the ring camera of the suspect walking into the front door.
Yes, sir. That was the ring camera that shows white male in dark clothing with a backpack going into the front door of 122 Canebrake Drive.
And so from there, what did you necessarily do? By doing that, how does that narrow your investigation?
Well, we know that at that time at 9:15 in the morning, we know that that's when our suspect goes in. So we focus, we start at 9:15, we work our way out. We work forwards and backwards to try to get any video that we can find of the suspect entering the area, leaving the area, how he got there, things like that.
All right. So when was the first time you ever heard the name Zach Hughes?
First time I ever heard that name was October 22nd, 2021, when we were speaking with Michael Manigault in the interview room.
So that was your first lead towards him.
Yes, sir.
And up until that time, what have y'all been doing?
We've been interviewing and in as many people as we could that we feel like had information for this case. People that had connections to Mr. Mello, people that had that knew Tina, that knew Christina, just that knew everybody. We didn't have much to go on other than that ring camera. So we were just talking to as many people as we could.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Manigault. Did you take his DNA sample? Not you personally, but was his DNA taken?
His DNA was taken, yes, sir.
I think it was taken by Master Deputy Wolf.
I believe so.
Did you take his phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you send that over to be downloaded and reviewed?
We did.
So was it sort of normal protocol to take DNA samples and phones from individuals that may be potentially related to this case?
Yes, sir. There was a connection with Mr. Manigault and Mr. Mello, and obviously we know Mr. Mello was going through this heated child custody battle. And we didn't have much to go on. We were still grinding away. So we just want to get as much information as we can. And if we don't need it, we don't need it, but at least we have it.
And so was your next big break was the flock camera?
Yes, sir. When we were speaking with Mr. Manigault, Investigator Wolf, who spoke to y'all earlier, he went and did some research on Mr. Hughes and did some research, found his truck, found him on a flock camera, as you saw, the day of the murder with that bicycle in the back of his truck. And that was the only day that bicycle was in the back of that truck.
So is that when y'all were able to get a warrant for 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
Was that the residence of Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And at 200 Tyndall, is that first time you all really laid eyes on Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to seize his phone?
We did.
And what do you do when you seize these phones? I know there's multiple phones. For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcells.
Yes, sir.
So with Zach Hughes' phone, what do you do with it?
We take it and we get a search warrant for it, and we send it to our unit that does data extractions on cell phones, and they get as much information off of that cell phone as they can.
And now once those downloads are produced and put in that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellbrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellbrite Reader just a moment ago. Do you review that with the experts on the phone side, or y'all coordinate with that information that you derive from that phone?
Yes, sir. We review it. I'll review it on my own. I'll review it with them because, they're more familiar with that process. So we do it together.
Okay. And what are you looking for inside those phones?
Looking for anything from pictures to location data to phone calls. We look through the address book, messages, anything that we can get out of that phone is what we're looking through.
And on Zach Hughes' phone, we've heard some testimony to it. Were you able to locate WhatsApp messages?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall sort of the difficulty in those WhatsApp messages that you had in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell this jury about that.
So those WhatsApp messages, when they were recovered from Zach Hughes' cell phone, when we got them, they were in a scrambled state. The words weren't in order how they should be. It made no sense. And the reason for that is when a WhatsApp is deleted from a device and then recovered using what they use to do the forensic download of the phone, when they're recovered, they're in a scrambled state.
And now in WhatsApp, if we communicate with each other on my phone to your phone in WhatsApp, is there any way to get that information from the WhatsApp corporate office?
No, WhatsApp is encrypted end to end. We'll send a search warrant to WhatsApp, and there's nothing they can give us as far as the meat and potatoes of these conversations. What they'll give us is the account information of each number, of each WhatsApp number, and that's basically it.
And did you in fact send a search warrant for WhatsApp?
We did.
And did you get any of these messages from WhatsApp?
No, sir.
Now, did you review all of those WhatsApps?
Yes, sir.
And about how many WhatsApps do you think you reviewed?
It was a lot, hundreds and hundreds.
Was enough to fill a thick binder?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you went through all of those?
Yes, sir.
And in those WhatsApps, when you're reading the messages, are the words in a coherent order, or do you have to kind of analyze what they are?
I have to analyze what they are.
Okay. And did you analyze what they are in relation to the facts that of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you able to pull relevant WhatsApp messages that you believe to be relevant to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been into evidence, States Exhibit 173. So what is States Exhibit 173?
This is the first page of the report that was extracted from Zach Hughes' cell phone. And it shows a WhatsApp conversation. And this conversation is between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
So would this be the first WhatsApp communication between those two individuals
Yes,
that you recovered?
that we recovered. Yes, sir.
All right. What's the date of that?
December 7th, 2020.
Is that October 7th?
I'm sorry, October 7th, 2020.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes,
And so it says instant messages, and up there, what's that number right there?
1,769.
And what does this say right here?
That says scrambled.
And is this date accurate right here? I mean, the time in which it was sent accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
I know that when Cellbrite provides the report, they automatically adjust the time to make it correct.
So it's in Eastern
They
Standard
they
Time.
go from, they convert it, I guess is a better way to put it, convert it from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
All right, and so this first message from Zach, and I'm assuming that's Zach up there.
Yes, this report, it pulled a picture of Zach Hughes. And also when we got the return back from WhatsApp, it did give us that picture as his profile picture. It's his picture. It has his telephone number that ends in 0020, says Zachary Hughes owner.
And so what is this first message on October 7th, 2020 at 11:40 a.m.?
It says, it's John Zach.
So when we're talking about scramble, is this an easy sort of example of the scramble?
Yes, sir. I feel confident I could unscramble that.
So what do you think? What would you derive from that as far as your investigation?
Well, knowing that this text is from John Mello, because it has right here his number at whatsapp.net and says John Mello. We know that's his number because that number was in his email signature from the Google emails that we sent. So I know it says Zach. I know it says Zach. It's John.
And you also know that, do you know that Zach spells his name Z-A-C-K?
I do know that. I know that some documents were located in his room at 200 Tyndall, and that's how his name was spelled on it.
And then this would be a response right there. And so again, it says, what does this say?
It says scrambled.
All right, and this little dot there,
So that little red, it's an X. I'm not sure if you could see it, but it's an X, and that's on all of these messages from both parties. That means that this was a deleted WhatsApp that was recovered.
and so who was the response from?
The response is from Zachary Hughes, and I know that because it has Zachary Hughes's phone number, ends in 0020.
And he's in green, is that correct?
Yes, sir. On all of these messages that you will see, the ones on the left in blue are all from John Mello. The ones on the right in green are all from Zachary Hughes.
All right, and so what does this message say?
I'm going to read it as is. It reads, is on it other the my man how side.
And
I interpret.
in your interpretation of that, this is your interpretation in relation to your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. I interpret that as how's it going on the other side, something to that extent. And I believe I know that because I know that at this time, Mr. Mello was on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Italy. Mr. Hughes was in the United States.
All right, I'm going to show you some more WhatsApps, and we'll go through them best we can. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 183. going to show you states Exhibit 183. See if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, Drew, what that is?
This is a printout of some more WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zach Hughes from April the 16th of 2021 to April the 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, state moves Exhibit 183 into evidence.
Without objection.
All right, you said the dates are April 16th, 2021. Put us in context of what's going on in this particular case in April of 2021.
If you recall, April of 2021 is when Christina was able to go to Italy and bring Ida back to the United States, to South Carolina.
All right. So there is the first message, and it's in blue. So who's it from?
This is from John Mello.
All right. And what does that message say?
Up in WhatsApp, you was setting sorry.
In relation to this investigation, do you have any significant interpretation of that?
It says WhatsApp in there.
What's that? So you derive, it's talking about WhatsApp.
It's talking about this application.
And then the next one is, what's the date of that one?
The date is 4/17, April 17th, 2021.
At what time?
It's at 6:55 a.m.
And
This is from John Mello. It says, secret phone number got I dude private Christina's.
so how did you interpret that in relation to this investigation?
I interpret that as, dude, I've got Christina's private number.
And then what looks like 2 minutes later, what's the date on that?
The same date, April 17th, 21 at 6:57 a.m.
And what does that one say?
This is a message from John Mello. It says, harass shit of her 5142. We can the 864 out 483.
So how did you interpret that in relation to this case?
I believe he's providing Christina's phone number, which I know ends in 5142. He's saying, harass the shit out of her.
Back to the top. What is that first message there?
This is a message from John Mello on April 17th of 21 at 8:33 a.m. He sends a JPEG image. You can't tell, you don't know what the image is. It didn't recover the image, only that an image was sent.
All right, so why can't you recover the images?
Because it's encrypted. The fact that it was encrypted and the fact that it was deleted from his phone, the images weren't able to be recovered.
The next one?
The next one's from John Mello, same date at 8:33 a.m. It says, email please to this me photo.
And Zach Hughes' response?
Excellent, haha.
Now, you don't know what that photo is.
No, sir.
Do you know when John Mello emailed Zach Hughes photos of Christina Parcell with no clothes on? We've looked at them all morning.
I know it was around this time. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was around this time.
What about middle of May?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? All right. Back to the top.
This is a message from Zach Hughes to John Mello. The same date at 8:37, just did. He, right after that, says, of her photo, great. Great photo of her is how I see that. John Mello, just shortly after, responds with thanks And then IBAR got I don't have an interpretation for that. This is also on April 17th of 21 at 8:38. Zach Hughes messages, let's talk later, next hour's teaching. I'm the 6-4 but. I translate that as, let's talk later. I'm teaching. He's busy teaching something, likely piano lessons or some type of musical lessons. He then states shortly after, you stop thinking, guys, been about non. And Mr. Mello responds with thanks, okay. And then thank you, brother. This message is from John Mello, April 17th of 21 at 8:39. It states, dollar burner phone, buy cheap, a store. I interpret that he's telling him to buy cheap burner phone from a store. He then states, haha, something else, no for. And then he states, message, ignore that last, shortly after. Then Mr. Mello again states, burner pay, get, will, I, a, but.
What do you interpret that as?
It looks like he's saying he'll pay for the burner phone.
What do people use a burner phone for?
A lot of people use, in my training experience, they use burner phones when they don't want, what's on their actual phone to come out. A lot of it's used in a lot of drug deals. It's just a cheap phone that people can get. They're not associated with that number, and they can toss it when they're finished with it.
All right. I'm gonna move on to another day. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 184. City States 184. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Are those the WhatsApp messages that we reviewed, that we've been discussing?
These are still the WhatsApp messages in this same report from May the 15th of 2021 to May the 20th of 2021.
All right, I'm going to show you the first one here. Who is this? Oh, sorry. State moves 184 to evidence. No objection.
This is Mr. Mello. He sends another JPEG image to Zachary Hughes. Again, we don't know what the image is. But with that image, he sends a message and it states, my Christina, our daughters present mother, JPEG, gentlemen and ladies, parcel. I interpret that as, ladies and gentlemen, I present Christina's mother.
And then is there a second?
There's a second image. It's another unknown JPEG image.
And what about that one?
At 8:18 p.m., the message states Warren Escort, Caroline, AKA Sweet. That's relevant in this investigation because as you saw from some of the items that were in these packages that were mailed out, Caroline Warren's name, the name Caroline Warren was on there.
So those were the items that were in the packages.
Yes, sir.
Show you States Exhibit 185. So you States 185.
These are more of the WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zachary Hughes. These are dated from May 23rd, 21 to July the 3rd of 2021.
State moves 185 in the evidence. Without objection.
Objection.
And we'll start at the top with the date.
This is from Mr. Mello to Mr. Hughes on May 23rd, 2021 at 2:13 p.m. Just states no. The following message is on the same, is the following day, May 24th at 3:42 a.m. It states part the is writing its best. A few hours later at 8:15, Mello states, listen, should make that you from today, Greenville, thinking I'm. And then a couple minutes later, he sends a message that says mail.
Why did that grab your attention?
Well, that grabbed my attention because he's talking about mailing things from the Greenville area. And I know that,
Potentially.
right, potentially. And I know that we've got these, I know about these letters that have been sent out. So it piqued my interest. Mello states on the same date at 8:17 a.m. an outside mailbox.
And then does Zach Hughes respond?
Yes, sir. Zach Hughes responds at 8:18 a.m., says, all right. He follows that up with a message and it reads, I'm riding bike my way that. I interpret that as I'm riding my bike that way. And then right after that, he states, the message says, B want camera on truck. The camera, the truck won't be on camera.
And now more from John Mello.
John Mello at 8:19 a.m., still on the 24th of May. This message reads, Charlotte Post, be your day outs info flight mailed from in Wood, same mark, the it's Charlotte. think you skipped over one. You come down a little bit. Then Mello states, it says puts Charlotte in you, puts you in Charlotte. Mr. Mello then states at 8:20 a.m., it says, and sunglasses, baseball, wear a hat. He's saying, wear a baseball hat and sunglasses.
Now, did you, in viewing Mr. Hughes's phone, were you able to determine if whether Mr. Hughes visited Mr. Mello?
Yes.
And what about time what date did he visit Mr. Mello?
It was in June, early June of 2021.
How do you know that?
That is from just conversations that were pulled from messages from his cell phone.
Was there also a video on Zach's phone, Hughes, that you?
Yes,
looked at?
a video was pulled from Zach Hughes' cell phone, and it was a FaceTime. It was a recording of a FaceTime between John Mello and Aida Mello.
And who was doing the recording of the FaceTime?
I believe it was Zach Hughes that was doing the recording from his phone.
And who was he with in the recording?
John Mello and Zach Hughes were together.
And who was John Mello talking to?
John Mello's talking to Aida.
And about what time was that?
That was May 31st, 2021.
And was John Mello in Italy?
John Mello was in Italy. Therefore, Zach was in Italy.
All right. And then finally, they continued this conversation.
Yes, sir. They continue at 8:20 a.m. John Mello's, the message says, misspelling of phone, lobby, your, into, or Poinsett, on, go, the hotel, upstairs, down, sit, and play. I believe he's saying go to the Poinsett Hotel and sit down upstairs and play, likely the piano, because that's what his background is in. At 8:21, still on May 24th, John Mello states nice. A minute later, it says, time you post downtown 27, he has even our postman, it made camera 2 gets by office if on stops thee. I know that he's talking about a postman and he's talking about a camera. He then states, from come it anywhere would. I look at that and see it could come from anywhere.
And then what does Zach Hughes say?
At 8:24 a.m., it states, bought gray baseball yesterday, a nondescript cap.
So as far as your investigation is concerned, how did you interpret that?
With these last few messages, they're obviously trying to conceal identity, trying to keep out of view of cameras that may be nearby.
And did Zach Hughes respond? Continue to respond?
At 8:24, it states from Zach Hughes, drop just my ride in a box, in an box, it, I'll, and somewhere outside bike.
So what is your interpretation of that?
He's talking about riding his bike somewhere and dropping something in a box outside.
And what does he say?
Then states, good point. Mr. Mello responds at 8:25. This message states, too hard there or find. I interpret that as they are hard to find, likely. Mr. Mello then states, office post throughs drive or at the they. Something about post office.
These are all for Mr. Mello.
Yes, sir. We're still in blue. Mr. Mello at 8:26. This message says buying the U online or postage. I think he's saying, I think he's asking, are you buying the postage online? Then says, this message states, just that by UA, but B are heavy will Shramo easy letters. And then stamp is the next message. The following message is 8:27 from Mr. Mello. And Staples postage, it can sell, I think, way.
Now, earlier Zach Hughes referred to riding a bike to drop it off.
Yes, sir.
Is that important in this case?
I think it's extremely important. We obviously saw video of our suspect leaving the scene on a bicycle. At 8:41 a.m., Zach Hughes, this message says, of I know one. Then the next message is good thought. John Mello responds with sets you getting R2. It looks like he's asking, are you getting 2 sets?
Zach Hughes says what?
Yes. Zach Hughes, we're at 9:04 a.m. now. This message says, you let know it was much how cash paying. And then first by IAU updated thumb drive go have I'll keep 2. John Mello responds with cool okay.
Thumb drive.
Thumb drive sticks out, paying cash sticks out. Obviously, it's harder to track paying cash if you use a credit card, debit card.
All right, and what's the date of this?
We're May 24th of 21. This is at 9:07 a.m. It's the next message John Mello sends, and it says, to ruin going their weekend. Going to ruin their weekend.
Who do you think there is referring to?
I think there is referring to Miss Parcell and everybody that received those letters.
Zach's response. Zach Hughes' response.
Yes, sir. Same date, 7:17 p.m. This message, it reads, in hold on can I-5 talk. At 8:21 p.m., the message from Zach Hughes states, before Zoom, Stathicus, we if want, and thee can chat. Miller responds at 7:18 a.m. on the 26th at call 9:15. And we are at July the 3rd of 21. This is 1:09. Zach Hughes responds with headed marina, friends, I'm with to thee. John Mello responds at 1:09 p.m. on July the 3rd, 1 minute call.
Which is probably.
Call in 1 minute. This is at 1:45 p.m. from Zach to John. It reads, sounds is on post like low funds.
Now, do you see how he spells post?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to State's Exhibit 2. How is post spelled on this envelope on State's Exhibit 2?
It's incorrectly spelled POAST.
And what was the other response?
From Zach, it states could from benefit as well, check blank A. Could benefit from a blank check. How I look at it.
All right, I'm gonna move on to October 12th. Some more WhatsApps. Show you State's Exhibit 186. These additional WhatsApps, just like the ones we were reviewing.
Yes, sir.
Start date on those.
Start date on this is October 12th, 2021.
State moves 186 into evidence. No objection.
Objection, 186 comes in that.
Starts there. All right, that is John Mello in blue.
John Mellow's still in blue, and this first message is dated October 12th, 2021 at 8:58 p.m. It reads, her arms who chopped off.
And what do you think it's referring to?
I think it should read, who chopped off her arms. I think he's referring to Christina Miller, or Christina Parcell.
Photo.
Yes,
Photo of Christina
a photo of Christina Parcell.
All right, and then this next one.
Same date. No, I'm sorry. This is on October the 13th, 2021 at 10:06 a.m. Burden.
Sorry, is this Mello
This
sending this
is
message?
from John Mello to Zachary Hughes. Burden if way, but Ada, life, like family, finally, beg down, case, am lawyer, love, more doomed, been a count think, than not listening is totally nothing, her it matter as I, 14 November, at would so leave, has me stake you to point, let have all even taking our due, close, stay, we, she, and us right of hate control, brother, no needs, was this can very far, your for come say with on thee. I don't know what it says. I know it's talking about a burden. I know that it mentions a lawyer. I know it mentions Ada.
And then what time does Zach respond on October 13th, 2021?
Zach Hughes responds at 11:36 a.m. on October 13th, 2021 with LOL.
And then again?
The next message right after it reads, I know, brother.
Going to, what's the date?
We're still on October 13th, 21
At what time?
11:36 a.m.
That's current time, that's local time, right?
That's local time. Zach Hughes' message states, let's talk in a bit. The following message, still on the 13th at 2:48 p.m. It reads, Soon will working up later catch in week. I'm never mind thee. John Miller responds on October 13th, 21 at 2:49 p.m. And it reads, asleep till fell I was 5-man Saudi Jug.
And then Zach Hughes responds.
At 2:50 p.m. No worries, man. Still on October 13th at 2:50, John Mello sends this message, and it reads, 3 now couldn't information since thing after another. Thee are single bit I sleep today, our raising. It's here at fees worried. Ain't building 1 weeks or not lawyer. I'm maintenance in cant of OTS about everything eat they'll my a last. And he follows that up a minute later with, and it reads, up be you or woke. Again, me night, GLSD,
Any significance?
It looks to be like it's talking about nighttime, woke me up, possibly. Zach Hughes responds at 2:51 p.m. and this message reads, just manager got well, I, LOL, texted work at off the night. And then a minute later, Zach Hughes sends a message that, and it reads, chat let's in little a bit. October 13th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m., John Mello sends Zach Hughes a message. And this, it reads, that did research on music, how go?
That's October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
And what did he respond?
At 2:53 p.m., the message reads, phone over, tell you good, the I'll.
How do you interpret that?
Good, I'll tell you over the phone. And Mr. Mello responds with cool.
Is that the last WhatsApp that was ever recovered?
Yes.
And do you recall Investigator Perry's testimony about how long the conversation they had in the afternoon of the 13th?
I do.
How long was that?
I believe it was about 1 hour and 20 minutes.
What did you interpret that music research as?
I don't believe it was really music research. I believe John Mello sent a message to Zach Hughes in code.
His interpretation of what that wants to say.
All right. So, Investigator Sparkman, did you also review the Gmails between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And I know in the entire team, they just sent out search warrants for those Gmails.
Yes, sir.
And as far as numbers of Gmails from John Mello's email address and Zach Hughes's email address, how many emails do you think you received between the two of those?
Hundreds. It fills up a large 3-ring binder.
All right. So did you cull it down to emails just between John Mello and Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 190 marks for identification purposes only. Can you look at that?
Yes, sir. These are the emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And did you have the occasion to review those?
Yes.
And do you know when those emails began?
Yes, sir. They began August 29th of 2020.
And when did they end?
They ended they ended October 20th of 2021.
Okay, is that when John Miller returned home?
Yes, sir.
Back to the United States?
Yes, sir.
Now, in reviewing all of these Gmails between Zach Hughes and John Mello, what was the basic theme involved in all of these?
That Zachary Hughes was very involved, extremely involved with.
I object to this kind of summary of it. I mean, if they have specific emails that they would like to try to introduce, that's one thing, but just giving his interpretation of all of these emails, I would object. You don't come up here.
Investigator Sparkman, again, you've reviewed, I'm sorry.
Is this going to be, you got a little bit longer?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, and that's fine. Hey, it sounds like our jury needs to take a quick restroom break. I don't normally like to do that mid-testimony, but I also want to take care of my jury. So we're going to take a 5-10 minute break, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Court. Investigator Sparkman, you had identified State's Exhibit 190 for identification purposes only. Again, tell us what that was.
These are email communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And the dates of the first email to the last email.
First one is August 29th of 2020. The last one is October the 20th of 2021.
Okay. And you were able to review those emails.
Yes,
And did you sort of analyze them the same way you did the WhatsApp in relation to your investigation?
I did.
All right. And in those emails, as between Zach Hughes and John Mello, is Zach Hughes either what I'll call CC'd or blind copied on emails from John Mello to various family court attorneys?
Yes, there are a lot of those emails that John Mello sends to attorneys or other people regarding the child custody dispute. Zach Hughes is either CC'd on them or blind copied on them.
All right. Are there emails where Zach Hughes assists John Mello in writing emails or maybe papers regarding the child custody dispute, or corrects or edits some of that information regarding the child custody dispute for John Mello?
There are.
Are there emails where Zach Hughes is, are there emails where John Mello tells the family court attorney that Zach Hughes is allowed to communicate with the attorney?
Yes.
And that is regarding the child custody case over he and Christina Parcel's daughter.
Yes, sir.
And are there emails where Zach Hughes himself is communicating directly with John Mello's family court attorney?
Yes, sir.
And are there instances where Zach Hughes is running errands or doing things in furtherance of the child custody?
Yes, sir.
And are there emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello discussing the child custody?
There are lots of them.
Okay. And what are those things?
They're just talking about the situation. Mr. Mello's getting frustrated. You could tell he's getting frustrated based on words that he uses. Going to different attorneys. John Mello's talking about how he's getting frustrated with attorney A, and that we need to reach out to a different attorney.
And are a lot of these, I know they started in when they began in August, from around April to October 13th, that time frame. Would that be the time frame when Aida was given custody to Christina Parcell and Aida moved back to South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
In that time frame, were there a lot of those emails regarding the custody dispute?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Zach Hughes was well aware of the custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And finally, were the emails, communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello, were they caring for each other?
Yes.
In what way?
There's messages in there where one tells the other they love them. The other one will say, love you back.
All right. In addition to your duties as investigator, did you review Zach Hughes's photos on his phone?
Yes, sir.
And we've had prior testimony where those are downloaded. The photos inside his phone are then downloaded as the images in which they're in there.
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all of those?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 188. what is State's Exhibit 188?
This is an image that was recovered from Zach Hughes's phone. It appears to be a picture of some typing that states, "To John Mello and his lawyer."
So do you recognize this?
I do.
And what date was this photo captured on his phone?
I believe it was August 13th of 2020.
2021?
Yes, sir.
State moves 188 into evidence.
Objection. Objection, 188.
All right, what does this say?
To John Mello and his lawyer, please find enclosed photos and advertisements of Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren.
Now, how was that related to your investigation?
Well, as we've touched on before, the name Caroline Warren appeared on these printouts that were mailed in these photos to various people.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 187. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 187. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is an image that was recovered from Zachary Hughes's cell phone,
Was it recovered from what area of his cell phone?
his photos.
So would it be a snap or a screenshot, I guess is what they call it?
Yes, this appears to be a screenshot of an image that was recovered from Zach's photos.
State moves 187 into evidence. Without objection.
Objection, 187, that's part of the record.
All right. And so what is this image?
This is an image. The date on this image is June 23rd of 2021 that the reports showed for this image. But this is an image of a message conversation where someone sends the address of 122 Canebrake Drive, Greer, South Carolina, 29650 to, if you pull it down just a little bit for me, the opposite way. So this is a conversation involving John Mello.
All right, and why is a snapshot of that address important?
Because now John Mello knows where Christina lives.
And if John Mello knows where Christina lives, who else knows?
Zach Hughes.
This was on Zach's phone.
Yes.
One last one. State's Exhibit 189.
please call your, I think we may have to have a conversation about the price of the break.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to see you back to your room so I can take them to the
So going back to the emails real briefly, Investigation Department, based on those emails, is it fair to say that John Mello was fighting hard for custody of his daughter?
Yes, sir.
And Zach was fully aware of what was going on?
Yes.
What is the one clear way that John Mello could be assured that he would get custody of his daughter?
By making sure that Christina Parcell was dead.
Now, briefly, did you establish a timeline of sort of events based on this entire investigation?
Yes, sir.
That were important events. And before you did that, did you also look at the phone and to Zach Hughes's phone regarding airplane mode?
I did.
And were you able to determine if he'd ever put it out of airplane mode on October 13th?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were the two times in which it came out of airplane mode?
At 2:22 p.m. and at 2:32 p.m.
All right. And why am I saying out of airplane mode?
Because I don't believe the extractions show when the phone is put into airplane mode, only when it comes out of airplane mode.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit. $191. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 191. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Did you assist in preparing this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a timeline of the locations of Zachary Hughes beginning on October 11th through October 13th.
And what information is this based on?
This is based on a combination of things: device location from his phone, witnesses, device location, a trail cam that was introduced, Ring doorbell cameras, flock cameras, just different events that were pulled from Mr. Hughes's phone that had a location with it.
All of those are in evidence.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to get you to briefly go through this with the jury. I'm trying to avoid technology. State moves 191 into evidence. No objection.
Not objection.
Mr. Spartan, investigator, if you want to step down right here, if you want, please speak loud so that you can see.
Yes, sir. So the first day on here is October 11th, and this timeline shows that between 10:05 and 10:56 a.m., this shows where the trail cam captured Zachary Hughes at 799 Indian Flats Trail, the Mountain House. It shows on October the 12th at 1:07 p.m. his phone put him at 210. At 1:18 p.m. his phone puts him at John Mello's house. From 6:56 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. his phone puts him back at the Mountain House. At 4:30 a.m. it shows that his phone was plugged in or unlocked. The same at 7:42 a.m. From 7:42 a.m. to 11:34 a.m. there's no activity on his phone. At 8:15 a.m. this is when Donna Gorman identifies Zach Hughes. At 9:15 a.m., you see the ring camera from across the street of the incident location showing the suspect going into the front door. At 9:27 a.m., 133 Canebrake Drive captures the suspect leaving on a bicycle. At 9:28 a.m., 207 Saratoga Drive captures the suspect leaving on a bicycle. At 1:17 p.m., same day, still on the same day, Zach Hughes' phone connects to the Wi-Fi at the Mountain House. At 1:48 p.m. and 2:22 p.m., as I stated earlier, his phone comes out of airplane mode. At 2:32 p.m., that's when the flock camera shows the bicycle in the back of his truck at Rutherford and Buffalo. And that is in the direction that is coming from the Travelers Rest area back towards downtown. So that would be coming from the Mountain House back towards the city limits, back towards near where he or Mello live. 242, his device location puts into 200 Tyndall, where he's residing. At 4:23 p.m., there's some location data from Schedule Fly on his phone. I believe Schedule Fly is how he signs up for work. At 6:16 p.m., his phone data puts him at 103 North Main Street. At 7:30 p.m., he's captured on flock camera. His vehicle is captured on flock camera, the Ford Ranger, at Lawrence in Washington. That's in the city limits. And at 7:15 p.m., at an unknown location, he has a 120-minute phone call with John Mello.
That's all the state has for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the evening. As I had told you before, you're prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, and you should not do any type of research or investigate anything. Do not look at any social media. I've already asked you to cut off any notifications that you might have on your phone. It really is important, as I told you, to the integrity of this trial, to justice and fairness to the defendant and the state, that you only consider the evidence that comes in through this courtroom. You are not to begin any kind of deliberations among yourselves whatsoever until the end of the trial, when I give you specific instructions to begin your deliberations. And again, you cannot discuss this case with your spouses, family members, friends until after your jury service is completed. And if anyone comes and talks to you, you need to let me know immediately. I hope you'll have a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all back at 9:30 in the morning, okay? Thank you again.